coincidentally? Or was this all in coordination? You can decide. He immediately cited that as cause to fire her. Nolte also publicly joined in the presidential chorus of attacking Fed Chair Jerome Powell over the headquarters renovations, which I guess is fine. You know, you're politically aligned with the president. He echoed the president's political demands for lower interest rates, which, you know, this is how Powell just frustrated the bejeebers out of the president. But it's an independently, traditionally it's been an independent norm how the Fed operates. And he's been challenging them on partisan, on a partisan basis. So if you take all of that individually, maybe not such a big deal. But if you look at it in the aggregate, of course there's anxiety that his intelligence cuts will undermine the political neutrality of the intel community. And by the way, putting all that aside, and I know I sound like Hakeem Jeffries here, and I'm not trying to be the mouthpiece of the Democratic Party, and I apologize if I sound like I am. But putting all that aside, do we not want the person who heads this very, very important agency?
No, we want a liberal progressive like Tulsi Gabbard. Bye, Tulsi! Bye-bye!
And I will point out that his predecessor got criticized from showing up in Georgia to check the voting records there. What does that have to do with national intelligence? Or am I missing the real threat to our republic? And it's from within, and that's what the DNI should be concentrating on. And the guy who sees this so clearly is the President of the United States, that this is the guy the President can trust to make America safe again. Make America safe again. NASA. Red Hat. MASA, make America safe again. NASA. All right. I just made that up. How does that one fit? Am I a little bit more sarcastic today in my presentation than I usually am? I apologize. I probably am. Am I probably not as balanced in my presentation as I usually am? I apologize. Probably I am. I think in analyzing myself, part of this is I'm hoping somebody comes up to the stage and says, Gary, take it easy. You're viewing this completely incorrectly. You're drinking the Kool-Aid that's been served to you by the Democrats. This is not what it seems. This guy is going to be great for our nation. Please, I implore people who disagree with the Democratic assessment that I have pretty much reflected, please, somebody allay my fears. And the fears that I may be putting into the hearts of my listeners. Tell me I'm wrong. I would love to hear that. I'm serious. I'm not being sarcastic. I would love to hear that my assessment is way off base. Really. So with that, and it's a very small stage, so it's going to be a very short conversation unless we get some more hands up. We will start calling people in the order in which I see them, and today that order begins with Marshall, followed by Scott.
On a week in a prayer, I hope he is competent in some way. But from what I've heard of senators think he'll get the acting, but he'll never get the actual confirmation, because as some of them have said behind closed doors, he's incompetent or like he doesn't have anything to do with intelligence. I don't know if this is strictly about sticking the intelligence community with loyalists, but he has a really bad habit of choosing really bad people to do these jobs. In particular,
Like
the
Tulsi
second
Gabbard?
administration, like borrow a couple of people. He just
It's
like
like
does
winging it.
He's supposed to be this great negotiator, but he's a very, very poor staff picker. And I think Marco Rubio is his like standing star. As somebody who can kind of stand on his own, but like aside from that, he's hurt himself a lot when he's helped himself with this kind of stuff. So what I would like to believe is apolitical, and it will work because we shouldn't make intelligence collection political, even if people view it as having been political in the past. We should strive not to make it political. I don't really have much faith in that. So I think he's going to make it political. I think he's going to cite some previous instances, which are semi-plausible. I don't know what they'll be, but about the quote Democrats using intelligence for political purposes too, as a way to like justify this guy's tenure. But I'm not very impressed with him, and from what I've heard,
I'm still not very impressed with him.
People are either, so I'll leave it there.
So, looking at this a little bit more broadly, correctly or incorrectly, and you alluded to it a little bit, Jish, there in your last comment, Marshall. This administration has been, and it goes back to the Russian investigation involving the president, or maybe not involving the president, and maybe there was some legitimate reason for it, or maybe it was strictly political on the part of the Democratic administrations. But this president has been very upset, correctly or incorrectly, with what he has seen as the weaponization of the federal government against him and his allies. And let's just say, for the sake of discussion, he's correct. And whether he's correct or not, I think we could all agree that his argument that these federal agencies ought not to be weaponized to go after political enemies is something that we should be supportive of, the president's position on that.
Oh, you mean like the former administration, who weaponized the intelligence community to sabotage espionage Donald Trump and assassinate him?
Him using these federal agencies to go after his political adversaries. And that's not an opinion, that's a fact. So
he just continues the bad behavior he's criticized.
Yeah, so can we...
the bad behavior he's criticized as a rationale for why he's allowed to act that way.
Right, so, I mean, should we say, well, the Democrats did it, so it's what's good for the goose is good for the gander, or should we say, we should reform this and not allow this to occur, and whether or not Pulte will politicize his position as DNI, impressions are very important here. And I don't think that putting a guy who has politicized his position as the head of another agency necessarily allays the concerns of Americans that this trajectory will be stopped. And may I go so far out on a limb to suggest that if we continue in this manner, it will undermine the very foundations, ultimately, of our republic. Am I overstating it, Marshall?
I don't know if I'd go so far as republic, but it's going to remove the apolitical nature of intelligence broadly and the military broadly. And in societies where the military starts to become politicized, very bad things start to happen. They're not necessarily autocratic or dictatorial, right? They can just kind of lead to a disintegration of the system. But, I don't reminder to executive authority that this guy's baby. They may not be so brazen about it, but without Congress zealously defending its prerogatives, and in the Trump era, that sounds like a simply Republican critique for the Republican Party, but it's not. It's a critique for both parties. One of the things the founders relied on was that the branches of government would be so jealous about their powers and the ambitions of their chambers that they would not lay down for the executive. And for many a reason, over your lifetime and my lifetime, the Congress has done that. I think one of the lessons we should take from that is ultimately the American public gets what it deserves, not what it needs. So, when the policy doesn't reflect healthy attitudes, you're going to get somebody unhealthy, unfortunately.
You know, I have a problem with that argument. We get what we deserve based on who we vote for. When you go to, and this may not, me and my analogy, sometimes they hit, sometimes they don't. If you go to buy a used car, and the guy lies to you about the car, and you drive that car for a couple of weeks, and the transmission seizes, or some other major issue occurs with the car, rendering it a horrible investment. Did you get what you deserved? I mean, they all promise one thing and then they deliver another. But we got what we deserved. We knew who we were voting for. And if you really stop and think about it,
We knew exactly who we were voting for was Trump. He told us who he was.
well,
Like Trump lies all the time, but you can't ever say he wasn't upfront about his manipulative beliefs.
right, but his lying resonated with people who really believed what he was saying. See, that's the point. When I go to buy that used car, to continue the analogy, I'm on my guard, because used car salesmen have, fairly or unfairly, the same kind of reputation as politicians do. You can't, if their mouths are moving, if their lips are moving, they could very well be lying. So, if you take that analogy a step further, many, many, many people in our country believed, and intelligent people, that the election was stolen. They believed it. So they rallied around the president who's going to correct this horrible, what could be worse to a democracy than stealing the presidential election? What's that?
As we thought in the 1870s. The difference between the 1876 election and the 2020 election is the assault on the Capitol. That's the key distinction. But slates of electors that were argued over the idea that it was super close, the idea that he believed it was rigged, that's happened once before. What I mean by deserving it is, if the American public is going to, and most voters do, vote emotionally, then when they vote emotionally, they get all that comes with. If they didn't ask the right policy questions, and later they're worried about a set of policies, well, then the national public is chosen. I guess maybe a better way to say this is, individual people are smart, but mass groups of people are dumb, flighty animals. And the groupthink of them often premises them in things that are not always good for them. But it premises things that are easy, not that are good or responsible. And
It's like, what? Marshall, what are you doing?
I don't think it is. But it preferences the easy. And if we choose the easy and what sounds good, and the idea is not how do you make a good government, then yes, you get everything you deserve because you were worried about everything other than sitting in a place where you could govern well for the people who were supposed to be represented.
Oh,
That's
wow, Marshall's thinking.
deny it.
Marshall got the
Public also
designation.
bears a responsibility for that. We don't just get our freedoms clean of responsibilities. But if we don't take our country and its maintenance seriously, then we will continue to get people like Trump, regardless of party, because we're not doing the maintenance that would keep the system healthy.
You know, the two parties really determine who the candidates are going to be. You and I have very little input into that. I have no input.
Absolutely.
I have zero. You do because you can vote in your primaries. I don't because I choose not to vote in the primaries because I would consider that to be contrary to my anti-partisan beliefs. So now you're stuck with two people running for the highest office, and in many cases, maybe to use your critique of the congressional members of Congress, two people running for a congressional seat, and people openly say, well, these are our two choices. I don't like either of them, so I will vote for the lesser of two evils. Now, those choices were presented to us. We didn't walk into a restaurant and have a huge menu. We could choose between fish and fowl and vegetarian, multiple dishes. No, we walk into that restaurant and they say either you take a shepherd's pie or you take the cod. Well, I don't want shepherd's pie or cod. Well, those are your choices, but I don't particularly like either. Well, I'll take the lesser of the two, the one that I dislike the least. That's where you are. And then when I go home and I say that meal wasn't so good, well, you ordered it, so you know what? You deserve what you got. That's my problem with that argumentation.
Yeah, but I think the masses do deserve what they get. Masses choose. Like, the masses' idea as a whole was something the Constitution and the delayed system was meant to keep out of public light, because mass groups of people change opinions so regularly. Like change them like they change underpants. The mass opinion of America on a Monday is not the same one on a Wednesday or a Saturday. And so that does get represented in our vote.
Such a faggot.
Right? I mean, Americans believe that somebody's going to fix the economy and then they don't. Well, yes, I feel bad for them that they believe some guy was going to fix the economy. But
some guy was going to fix the economy and he didn't do it. I'm going to complain on Clown House.
Right. I don't expect everybody to be an activist, right? But I do expect more informed citizens.
More informed people like Marshall. Hi, I'm Marshall Rankin, your local Republican from Hidalgo County. Have you thought about voting Republican this year?
And so if the masses are not thinking
the masses
an impulse, then you do vote one way and you do deserve what you get because you voted that way.
Is this Scott Pressler's secret lover?
I think it's something that sits really well with people, but I think it's the truth, unfortunately. Right? America deserves everything it gets with Donald Trump. We picked the guy not once but twice. We deserve everything that comes with that. And maybe if people take the appropriate lessons, they'll decide to get involved and maintain the system instead of be absent from it and expect other people to pick up the slack. Ed Watts, in his book On the Decline of the Roman Republic, said the thing that ended the Roman Republic was not corruption or greed or bribery or rigging elections. It was the individual people in Rome who realized things were wrong and did nothing for whatever reason. Maybe it's they work a 40-hour week and they got 2 kids and they don't have much else to do. But those interactions in the system to balance it didn't get made. And because they didn't get made, then it collapsed. And America will only exist as an idea as long as its population wants it to exist. If the population becomes so lazy that it doesn't care, then the experiment will disappear, and rightly so. It was only meant to be maintained by people who actually cared about it. Otherwise, we just wind ourselves back up in some sort of semi-oligarchic, monarchical tyranny, which I think that's an accurate reflection of at least some of the founders.
Where in that Constitution does it say that the candidates that I have to choose from are decided by a political party?
So I think the two major parties present a problem, but I also think the answer to the two major parties is things like changing rules, but it's also greater political participation, which on a local level, that's like 15%. On a national level, less than half of all eligible voters ever turn out to vote. When the last check is the citizen, then when the citizen
Marshall
doesn't do
Rankin,
it,
civics instructor and teacher.
you get what you deserve because you're the last.
You get what you deserve!
Nobody else will. And I think we have a culture in America of thinking somebody else will pick up that slack. Somebody else will do that job. Somebody else will participate. Somebody else will make a difference.
Yeah, Marshall Rankin,
Because we all need to find
savior of the Republic.
however small. Right? Like I said, I don't expect people to be activists, but however small of a way you find, contribute to your area so that people understand at a guttural level, building power to affect things in America takes a long time if you do it right. It's meant to take a long time, so that you have to get broad agreement from people in order to do it, right? So maybe we disagree on whether they deserve it or not, but I'm firmly aligned in this. If you're the last check and you don't pay attention for whatever reason, and the result is that bad things happen, then that's the result, no matter what you intended. And I think that's a sad place to be. But like I don't know a way out of that.
If 100% of the people had voted in the last election, we still would have been stuck with either Donald Trump or Kamala Harris.
I'm not saying we wouldn't. I'm saying the ability to get to a multi-party system is going to take more than 10 years and more than base political participation. It's going to take an ingrained effort for generations with lots of money and lots of people. And while the money part is a little bit hard, it was meant to take a long time and it was meant to take a lot of people. Maybe we don't value that anymore, and maybe we shouldn't. But that intent of taking so long to build power to use it was so that there was a large argument between people so they can come to some form of agreement locally, then statewide, and then nationally, right? Maybe I'm being too idealistic, but my studies of ancient history tell me that citizens
He's an ancient
stop
historian.
caring for whatever reason, the trajectory of a republic or a democracy always declines, no matter what the intent of those people actually is.
Well, I'll tell you what, there are outside factors that are trying to erode our republic even further than it has been eroded by our own neglect, to use your argument, and that is the job of the DNI and the folks who work for him or her to ensure that that doesn't occur. So that brings us full circle to today's discourse about Mr. Pulte and his qualifications and whether he's going to use that position to get rid of folks that do not appear to be as loyal to the President of the United States as they should be, notwithstanding what level of expertise they may or may not have in those all-important positions. Scott, followed by Les.
Gary, good to see everybody. Am I coming through okay?
Yes, sir. You sound like a professional podcaster.
All right, here we come. Drive time. Yeah, so it's interesting, I mean, this isn't the topic for the day, but playing off of what you and Marshall were just talking about, in the period after the Constitution's ratification, we had conventions of state delegates, which, they represented their state's interest in the Electoral College. And the Electoral College met, and the top two vote getters in the Electoral College became president and vice president, right? Which is interesting because they were often, or in this instance, they could be opposed, right? I mean, you could have people that would be would be opposed. For instance, with Jefferson and Adams, right? Jefferson, becomes Adams vice president, even though he's his opponent ideologically. So, I mean, that system worked for like 2 elections, but after by 1804, this thing is pretty much shot, and the parties begin to pick candidates. And I don't know, Gary. I mean, I think what Marshall's saying is right. I mean, I think we're not dissatisfied enough with the system as it is to change it. I mean, if we were patently dissatisfied, I mean, it would, it's interesting because efforts made. Jesse Ventura, when he became Minnesota governor, he said, the one thing the 2 parties could agree on was no third parties, no Jesse Ventura. And so, I mean, I think the parties do like it this way, and it's interesting how much it takes to get on a ballot, right? And to run for office. And so very often, I mean, how do you do that without the machinery of a party, right? We've seen our friend Mr. Kitover, who was trying to get on a ballot. It's not an easy thing to do without the sort of machinations of a political party. So I mean,
Here we go.
When you post on Facebook that that a former president was a faggot and his wife is a man, maybe he would get a better chance.
Did John Kitover post that?
All you have to do is look at a slew of comments that he makes on
All
people's
day,
timelines,
baby.
including mine, which apparently, my understanding is, Facebook found too distasteful now to continue on its platform. So there you go.
I have some faith in Facebook.
Oh, you do?
Yeah. So I think with regard to that's. I mean, I do think that it's here to stay. I mean, I don't know.
Wasn't me who said it. It was Gary Baumgarten who said
system.
it.
And I'm trying to think of a system in the West. I mean, even parliamentary systems, right? They're still driven by parties, right? I mean, I think that this is just a pretty efficient way to field candidates and deal with the kind of bureaucratic machinations that it takes to drive a Western liberal democracy. I mean, I don't know the alternative way to do it. Well, I mean, maybe you could argue, Gary, that's a failure of imagination on my part, and I would concede that. I mean, that's probably the case. But with regarding to Polta, I mean, Polta is on the record as an election denier, right? And this becomes the orthodoxy, right? This is now the standard of orthodoxy in the Trump administration. If you had been an election denier, then you are somebody that can be in the inner circle. That is the standard. That is the dogma. That is the doctrine that where people who are successful or not successful in the Trump administration rise and fall. So I mean, this is in short, yes. I mean, are these cuts going to be political? Probably. I mean, I assume that. I don't think this. I mean, this guy. It's very interesting, by the way, when you look at some of the Republicans. Lots of Republicans have said, Thune, the majority leader said we don't need a weaponized DNI. We need professionals there. John Cornyn of Texas said he sees no evidence of any qualifications for the job. Senator Bill Cassidy. Well, again, Cassidy and Cornyn are on the outs with Trump, but the best I can tell you, he's not qualified, but I don't know anything about him other than that. It's interesting because Trump makes an acting director, so he's got 210 days for a confirmation hearing. This is, I mean, the whole acting thing, right? I mean, Trump often kind of abuses this system, I think, where the acting thing is supposed to be if Congress is in recess or something, right? And a position needs to be filled immediately. That's what acting appointments are for, not so that you can, showcase somebody for 7 months, so somebody can basically do the job for 7 months before you replace them with another acting or something like that. So that's a way that it's not illegal. I mean, it's not, but this gets to what Marshall gets, Marshall quoted my friend Ed Watts in Mortal Republic, and, Ed says the Roman Republic didn't die because people broke laws, it died because they broke norms. It's just norm breaking. So it's just this thing that what Trump is doing is not illegal, but it's just basically taking the norm and taking something that's there for the convenience of the executive so that we don't have positions, not filled on recesses and then making it functionally a way to circumvent the Congress, which is lamentable. But I think if you don't think this guy's going to make partisan decisions and cuts, I've got a bridge to sell you of them.
I feel the very same way, Scott. I don't see. I'm my most optimistic side. I don't have numbers to this particular subject. Would like to believe that he, loves America enough to be, nonpartisan. But I don't think he does. I think he loves the idea of being a Trump guy. So that's a complete emotional supposition on my part. But given his history, I don't think you can expect much more.
Well, this history is not complete emotional supposition on your part. It's based on facts before us and history. It may or may not be fair, but I think you are incorporating that obviously into your assessment. Yeah, Scott.
Yeah, and we're seeing that there's a trajectory here, right? And we go back to 2020, where we've talked about this before. I think what was different than Trump than a lot of people like the Bushes or the Obamas or Biden or people like this is that usually when people rise to political office at the level of national office like the presidency, they've got a cadre of folks that have been with them and can help them staff things and can implement their ideological agenda. Trump didn't have that, right? And so there were a lot of people in his cabinet that weren't MAGA people, right? That weren't sold out. I mean, the irony of ironies, he said, we're going to drain the swamp. Reince Priebus and his chief of staff. You couldn't write something funnier than that. But I think the second time around in Trump too, he's like, this is not going to happen to me. I'm getting loyalists. I'll put Hegseth. I'll put Kennedy at HAC because he's loyal. Even though I'll let him implement his agenda because he's loyal. And so the trajectory is just going further that way, right? And again, now that I think the orthodoxy is the election denial, right? So it's just going. This is going in a trajectory. I mean, I think you'd have to.
Scott, when this happened in the 1870s, it was the orthodoxy for 35 years. If history tells us anything, it says we have at least 35 years of this to look forward to. If history is any indicator for it. Granted, 2020 and 1876 are entirely different reasons for electing people, but it stuck with the Tilden side for 35 years. Was considered orthodoxy in the party until the mid-aughts, like 1904, 1905 kind of thing. At least from what I remember. But the virus isn't going to get out of itself quickly. The example we have doesn't show that. The example we have shows it sticks around for 3.5 decades, which is disturbing.
If you allow me another one of my crazy analogies, imagine that you are sick with a life-threatening illness and you want to find the best physician to increase your chances of survival. What qualifications do you look for? Do you say, well, I'm only going to go to this physician because he supports the person I support for president? Or I'm going to go to this physician because he supports my favorite sports team, but if he supports my greatest rival, I won't go to him or her because they support the wrong team? No, of course not. We're going to go and find the physician that can best, as I said, increase our chances of survivability. So this kind of a litmus test is maybe something that
usually when people rise to political office,
the president, and so it may be good for him, but how is it good for the nation? And I don't think in any respect it is. I often say here, if you disagree with what I say, I want to hear from you.
Yeah, sure you do, Gary.
Because I do. I want to hear different points of view. I don't want to hear people who just come up to the stage and say, Gary, you're right, Gary, you're right, Gary, you're right, Gary, you're right, that would be awful boring. So, Scott, you're on very thin ice right now because you haven't disagreed with me in a long time.
Well, yeah. I mean, the great minds think alike, right? I mean, or dumb ones. Who knows? But yeah, I mean, again, I'd be interested to see if we get anybody that would defend Polta's. What would make this guy a standout person? I mean, it's interesting because I guess you could maybe make the argument with someone like Kennedy that even though he has no experience per se in health and human services, he is a sort of activist around health and against certain sorts of synthetic things and chemicals.
You shouldn't be saying that when Les is the next one up because you're riling him up now.
I'm not making the argument. I don't think Kennedy was. I would have voted against Kennedy. I would have voted against. And I'm somebody that thinks in general presidents should get who they want if they're qualified. Even if I don't think senators should deny. I don't think in general confirmation should be like 52-48. They should be 90-10, right? But that requires the executive to appoint people that are qualified. Now, again, if I'm a senator from the opposing party, qualified does not mean I could be completely ideologically opposed to the person and not be able to deny that their resume is requisite to the position. I just think that the problem is with Trump. I mean, he's put numerous people up that I would have, if I was in the Senate, voted against them. And again, not for ideological reasons, because I just don't think you could find somebody that even though I might find them ideologically distasteful, they're up to the job.
Nobody's competent. Nobody's competent.
Scott, if you make the person...
You're too ideological and we don't agree with your ideology. You are not getting the job, sir.
Exactly. I mean, and that's...
You don't believe in vaccines?
Or...
Hey, Pfizer, we got another one.
The system, right? I mean, that is a way for the president to trample on, the authority of the legislature, right? It's just not it's a dreadful move. And again, I think, but this is part of the, Steve Bannon said the rapid fire approach, right? There's just so much of this, pardon my French, but so much of this bullshit that it gets tough to follow it all, right? It gets tough to,
it's like forgetting a hot fire hose. How do you get people on stuff?
I gotta suck up there.
Right? Not like 3 different areas to research in everyday life if you pay super close attention. There are a dozen issues to research in everyday life. And if you spend the right amount of research on every item, you're going to be busy most of your day. And most people don't have that. Not to mention, they don't have access to the databases that will provide them the scholarly information to begin with.
Thank you, gentlemen. We're going to now move on to more callers, and we'll start with Les, followed by Stupid.
Well, someone was mentioning this obstetrician, I should say, the idea that Michelle Obama is not a woman. I guess they should explain her 2 children and prove that her obstetricians were lying. It's such a stupidity. And in terms of election denial, it's been 6 years since the election, and they've not. So after a while, you stop. It's just. I hate to use this word, stupidity, right? In terms of what's happening, we need to have a strong NSA, etc. They call it intelligence. My last job, I worked for a major bank, and we had cyber attacks regularly from Russia and Iraq. I should say, was it Iraq? No, Iran. I'm sorry, Iran. So it's a serious problem. And we're also one way of attacking it is having good AI, and yet the government is on a warpath with Anthropic and their Claude, and they just banned the latest Claude release. And so they're making, and we're in a big race with China now. And if China has better AI than we do, or if we cripple our leader in AI, then we're screwed. And, you know, the way it was done was obvious that they wanted the head of the, they gave them 90 minutes to take it, to remove the product, stop allowing the product. And they were upset because the CEO wouldn't instantly come and wasn't available. So part of it was just having someone bend the knee to Mr. Trump. And this is the same company that Pete Hegseth got mad at because they said they would, at this point, let Anthropic be used, let Claude be used for murder drones, or to have a blanket surveillance of the United States to snoop in Gary's business and Marshall's business. Again, guess what? China is not going to be restricting what they're doing with their AIs. And even though that Claude has no bigger problem with cybersecurity than any of their competitors that got taken off the market, they're just, it's just a foolish thing that cripples America's ability to compete in AI. Thank you.
Thank you, Les. We'll go to old Raj, followed by Daryl.
Interesting topic, Gary and Marshall. I more would like to look at it from the angle, where did this guy come from? I know he's a Nepo baby. He's from Texas. I know of his dad's company. If you're from Texas, you're very familiar with Pulte Homes.
In Michigan as well, very familiar.
But I guess at 38 years old, he had to be a suck buddy with Trump Jr. Because I don't know how a kid gets in to get access to Trump like that. Unless Nepo Baby's daddy's contributing so much money, he gets carte blanche to see the president. Doesn't make a lot of sense to me how he got there. My other question is, how long does he get to stay there without being confirmed? Is it 150 days?
210.
Thank you. So, I mean, is it going to be political? Yes. I'm sure it is. And if you don't get up and, salute the swastika, then you're not in. And so if you want to be an election denier, that's fine. You won't be part of this. Well, you will be part of it if you're an election denier. And I it makes no sense to me, but I just, it had been brought up in the room, I think by Scott, that, it should be a 90-10 acceptance, but he keeps bringing up such feckless nominees. This guy, there's no way this guy would make it, even with a Republican-held Senate. So, I know
from talking to my little brother, the ones on the way out don't support him, and the moderate ones in the party don't support him, and they won't vote for him. Now they expect leadership to get a cover to not vote for them, right? They expect Thune to provide some sort of cover so they can decline, getting him as secretary. But they're not for it either.
How did he get access to Trump to begin with? The guy's only 38 years old.
Well, the real question here is, if putting all these suppositions aside, is the office office of the Director of National Intelligence bloated? Is there a legitimate reason to suggest that this arbitrary number of 300 people should be, that they want to be slashed? Is there any justification for that? If so, where is it bloated? Where are these people not being successful in protecting the homeland? These are all things that I would really like to know going in. It seems to me to be I mean, it's hard to understand how a person who has not even taken the office yet can declare that we have to slash 300 jobs.
It's a black box, Gary. You're never gonna know.
What?
Because in this
Where did that
era,
number come from? Where did that number come from?
we just declare stuff as true.
You know,
Back-
where did that number 300 come from? I'm wondering, to get back to the original question at hand about all of this, Raj, I'm wondering, like, was he handed a hit list of people before he was named the acting DNI? And he already knows who those 300 people are even before he sits down behind the desk for the first time, because it's been decreed on his behalf who needs to go because they don't pass some sort of loyalty test. We know from interviews with former FBI agents that they were asked when Kash Patel became director of the FBI who they voted for. And those agents who refused to answer, it was presumed were not going to be loyal to the president, and they lost their jobs. Well, hey, I don't want to know who an FBI agent voted for. It's irrelevant. I
As
want
long
the
as they
FBI
don't
agent.
drag it into their work, I don't care.
Right, the FBI agent is supposed to be doing his or her job, absent political considerations. That one hit close to home because I never have told anybody who I voted for in my life, because that's just my personal standard. I don't discuss who I vote for. I believe in the sanctity of the voting booth. You can suppose all you want that you know, oh, I know who Gary really voted for, and that's fine. That's your prerogative. But even when I was married, I never discussed with my wife who I voted for. And I didn't ask her who she voted for. Should that be a litmus test of our love? No. So it's not as if there is not precedent in this administration for people to come into an office and use as a litmus test a person's political loyalty on whether or not they should hold a job. And so that's why I think the alarmists on the Democratic side of the aisle, who are the ones who are basically beating this drum, are not off. Their motivation for beating the drum may be partisan. I recognize that, but that doesn't mean that they're wrong, unless somebody again can come to the stage and tell me why they're wrong.
I don't think they're wrong on this, but it does occur to me that part of this is the way the party and its stalwarts and its public-facing people have attacked Trump in extremes. I don't mean
Does that even matter anymore?
Doesn't mean like they don't have points. I mean, there are
40
times
trillion.
when they're getting after him which are very hyperbolic and petty, which I think has the opposite reaction on the other side. It makes people look at that pettiness and not take the other side seriously.
Have you heard?
In the same way that the left-hand side of the aisle doesn't take Trump's or the Republicans' considerations seriously when it comes to cabinet picks, because he picks so many bad ones. Right there seems to be a mutual level of distrust there.
I can give you an answer who I think is the list of the 300. Gary, it's very simple.
Ram?
That person's name is Stephen Miller, the devil.
Hello?
That
I don't know if he's the devil, but I think he's Lord Voldemort for sure. Unless you qualify, the junior senator from Florida.
Still looking for fraud? Does the data even matter?
Just
40
depends.
trillion and 1 trillion a year in interest.
So
Haven't
I
you
would not be
heard?
surprised if Stephen Miller would be the ultimate architect of this kind of strategy. Thank you, Raj. Thank you, Marshall. By the way, of course, the same goes for, I don't want to get into whataboutism, but the president, he's been, shall we say, hyperbolic in his criticism of the Democrats as well, or anybody else with whom he disagrees. So, and I think that's putting it kindly.
Thank you, Gary. Gary, are you open to a contrary point of view?
Yes, when I get to you.
Okay.
Zero followed by Brent.
Hey, yeah, so I wanted to really echo what both Marshall and Scott were saying about like the current state of our politics. And this is something like, people are talking about, did people vote for Trump, or did people who voted for him vote against what they thought was a system? There were a lot of polls last year, 25, Brookings, Pew, research for government. And one of the questions they were asking is, how do you trust your government? Now, the results kind of went here and there, but some of them were as high as 72% of Americans said they didn't trust the government to do the right thing. And so when you have this type of climate, the door is open for someone like him to come in and say, I'm on your side. I'm going to expose everything. I'm going to do what no one else has been willing to do. And you can hear it in his rhetoric, even just now, even though it seems to be a debacle, the Iran thing. Before just talking about the situation, he says things like no other president had the courage to do this. He's always, quick to talk about what no one or no other president who he is signaling to his audience is part of that system would do. And a lot of what he does is signaling. His manner of speaking, it's NATO has been ripping us off. So if the average American feels like they're not making more money, or their take-home pay is not what it should be, they might actually think that their money is going to support NATO. Now, it doesn't really work that way. But when you get into the politics of grievances, it doesn't really matter if something is factually true or not. It's only a matter of how the average American
how it resonates, right? How it resonates.
Yeah. Who might actually go out and vote. Because like to Scott's point, look at how many people don't vote. We've talked about this before here in New York City. Until Mondami, the mayoral race for what is considered one of the most powerful countries in the world because of Wall Street, you'll literally have young people 4 blocks at a bar, 4 blocks away from a polling station, and the mantra is, I'll vote next year, or I'll vote next time. Marshall is right. We get the government that we deserve. And to the other
You don't get the government you deserve. You get the government you're lied into getting.
I can tell you, someone probably made a very large contribution to a pact, and part of the bargaining for that contribution was that, hey, I can get you into the room if you can make this contribution to the PAC. I told you, it's like here in New York, when my buddy was running for mayor, he couldn't get an interview on New York One or any station until he showed he had raised $2 million. No one would even speak to him. The way to fix this system is to get money out of politics. But there's too much money in politics to get money out of politics. So we've become a dog that's chasing its own tail in a system that we all know is somewhat corrupt, but it's the only system we have. And I don't know what the fix is, but I do know that let me rephrase this. I do believe that the people who voted for him weren't necessarily voting for him as much as they believed they were voting against something else.
I think that's really wise. He gave them something to oppose. He resonated with their feeling of emotional grievance, whether it was economic or over immigration or over the way states treat each other. He hit that aggrieved feeling kind of like right on the head.
The way to galvanize a populace is by giving them an enemy to attack. And that's exactly what he did. He gave them a boogeyman. They know he's part of that same system, but he's their boogeyman. Or at least
the part about that is, it makes a mockery of the things that actually matter, right? It uses as political cudgels things that are really important to different parts of the country, right? Like immigration and the number of people we received from the Biden administration and the amount of money the county had to spend was a real deal. It was a real problem, right?
Yeah.
Not, we don't want to be like kind to everybody, but like if you're taking, which we were, money out of our indigent fund, and that left Rio Grande Valley residents who were, the least among us in a real bad way. And it just it didn't cater, but it got used as a political cudgel in a way that didn't recognize any of those kinds of different qualities or different pieces.
You walk past yourself into the position of the average, very, very average person. Like Gary had said, I go to work, I'm coming home to feed the kids, I'm gonna watch TV for an hour. When people feel like they have nothing else to lose, again, I go back to the haves and the have-nots. We are creating a system where those who feel they have nothing else to lose, a guy like him is, okay, well, I've got nothing else to lose, so I might as well vote for this guy. He's never going to do what they want him to do. He wouldn't look at them if he passed them on Madison Avenue. But again, it's that, what do I have to lose psychology that has gotten us to where we are right now.
By the way, I don't think that necessarily holds with all voters. I look at Youngstown, Ohio as example. People came out and voted for him in droves in Youngstown when the GM plant closed, because he pledged that he was going to ensure that be repurposed and everybody would get their jobs back. And they believed it. Now, it may be because they wanted to believe it, but they did believe it. And ultimately, he left them disappointed, but that didn't matter. He got their votes. And if you recall, in that election, Ohio was a swing state. So, great job. But, I mean, that's not unusual for politicians to make promises in order to get votes and then walk away from those promises once they get into office, because, of course, when you're running for office, your only job is not to try to get in a position and do what you promised to do. Your number one goal is to get elected. And after you get elected, well, then you reassess.
Yeah, but Gary, the only thing I would say to that is it's different when you're saying, okay, we're going to give some of the livery medallions in New York City to Uber and Lyft, right? And saying, okay, we're going to bring jobs back to your community. So I think for many people, it's like, okay, well, he says he says he's going to do it, because it's always a he when we're talking about presidents, or maybe last week, it could have been a she. So it's like, okay, what do I have to lose, in a sense? Because I can either believe him or not believe him, but for many of them, their personal situations have not changed, is the point I was trying to make.
If our personal situations change, it's rarely for the better these days. And relying on our politicians to make our lives more meaningful, I'm not so sure that's something that we ought to see as a priority. Thank you, Daryl. We'll go to Brent, followed by Pluto.
I think we need to step back and ask why O&I was created in the first place. This was a
Don't ask anything like that.
in which we said, hey, we actually had all the intelligence pieces to stop 9/11. What we didn't have was an integration piece where we could put together what the CIA said, what the NSA said, and what these various intelligence agencies said, and put it together in a coherent piece that would be actionable. Um, you know, this is a kind of a swing at kind of taking out what was one of the critical reforms after September 11th. And, we'll see how it goes. I mean, there's been criticism of ONI in the past, but when you politicize and when you degrade the intelligence apparatus, what you're doing is you're taking out your own decision making. You're taking out the ability to hear those tough truths when you don't want to hear it, and just to kind of do what you assume, your basic assumptions without any intel to back it up. There's been a lot of reporting that the administration going into this conflict with the Iranians, made a lot of assumptions about how fast that the Iranian regime would collapse once we started air strikes that the intelligence apparatus thought were false. They acted on those false assumptions anyway because those people weren't in the room. There's been a lot of more reporting that says, hey, you can sign this peace deal or this MOU, but you're not going to be able to control the Israelis. The Israelis are going to still strike in Lebanon. They signed it anyway. So you can do it. You can do decision making without these organizations, and you can politicize these organizations. But don't think that's going to make your decision making for the American people better. The other point I'd make, as far as weaponization of it, is sure they're going to try to weaponize it. I don't think there's any question in that. But the good part of this is they're so incompetent that I don't know if that part of this will matter. Pulte tried to weaponize mortgages. He's fallen flat, at all his attempts, and they've been laughed out of court. So I don't know if the weaponization will matter because they're too incompetent to actually do it effectively. But I do think they'll be able to degrade our decision.
Thank you, Daryl. We'll go to Brent, followed by Pluto.
I think you just
Or no, other way around. You mean you're going to either William or Pluto because Brent's already talked, and so is Daryl.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just going by how it appears on the screen, and that's my mistake for not removing folks after they have spoken. You are absolutely right. Thank you for keeping me on track, Marshall. Pluto, followed by William. Pluto, I've been begging somebody to come up and offer a contradictory position. You don't have to ask me, do I want one? You know I want one, so I am all ears.
So first of all, I read your latest Substack, and I agree with you completely. completely that social media is creating peculiar people. And I'd like to say something that a view that has never been expressed on your stage before, and I brought a bunch of receipts. The people on your stage have never once talked about the origin of Stephen Miller. What is the case that brought Stephen Miller to national attention? And this is actually very, very relevant to the topic of firing a lot of people in the, let's just say, in the intelligence services. So part of Trump's platform, both times he ran, was that progressives in the government sometimes deliberately frame innocent Republicans. That was part of his platform. And Stephen Miller's experience goes directly to that because exactly 20 years today, I'm sure you remember it, Gary, because you're a fair guy, and there was a case at Duke called the Duke lacrosse case. And Stephen Miller said the Democratic Party is framing innocent young white boys for Democratic reasons. And Stephen Miller was literally the only person on the national stage who implicated the Democratic Party in trying to put in prison innocent white lacrosse players. And
let me just.
Why is there a political issue and not like a local matter in which, right, I just want to...
I'm about to land my plane, Marshall.
No, you don't have to land your plane. I want to have a discourse with you on this. Because I recall this case vividly, and I reported on that case as well. I wasn't there covering it, but I covered it from the perspective of a national network and how we framed it. And there was no question that these boys were framed. It wasn't known initially, but it became pretty obvious as they went on that these young men were being framed. How does this translate into being the Democratic Party wanting to frame white people to cast aspersions upon Caucasians?
Well, that was Miller's argument. If you go back and read it,
I know. But you're bringing it up, and
I know that I'm getting to land the plane. So Miller basically said that the Democratic Party, as a party, has a policy of framing innocent people, and he predicted that Nafong, the district attorney, would be disbarred, and all the newspapers were on Nafong's side. I remember the case very well. The newspapers wanted to crucify and put these lacrosse players in prison, and I think Miller compared this to the Dreyfus case in France. I know you weren't involved with the Dreyfus case, Gary.
Wait, I'm familiar with the Dreyfus case, of course. I wasn't. But wait a minute, your recollection and my recollection is completely different. There was an evolution, of course, because, as is the case always, and unfortunately, when an individual is charged, whether correctly or incorrectly, the only one you hear from at the time of the charging is the prosecutor and the police. The prosecutor and the police say, Pluto pulled out a gun and shot Gary. Well, Pluto was nowhere near me. Who's going to give Pluto's side of the story? Well, nobody at that point, because Pluto doesn't even have an attorney yet, and Pluto is locked up in jail, and there's nobody to speak on Pluto's behalf. So, in our system, unfortunately, the prosecution carries tremendous weight when it comes to public opinion and the framing of a story. So the only one that the local media could go to for comments, and the way you frame it, correctly so, is prosecutors claim. Prosecutors have charged. Police say. Nobody went on the air or in print and said, these boys did it. They said, this is what the prosecution claims. Now, as it evolved, and as voices came out on behalf of, and if I recall correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, even some of the players themselves and others who were witnesses to what happened that day came out in defense of these players, and it turned out that the young ladies claims were all lies, that was dutifully reported as well. I don't think that the complaints about how the news was covered are justified, because that's the best you could do under those circumstances. And secondly, I understand that Stephen Miller used this to his advantage to show how dastardly and evil the Democrats are, and to frame it as if Democrats want to show how great they are to minorities, and how they want to do it at the expense of Caucasians. But this is how the system works, and it was Miller who took advantage of it and framed it in a certain way that may not be accurate. I never got a sense throughout that entire case, which I followed extremely closely, that there was any partisan political angle to it. Had the prosecutor been a Republican, the prosecutor would have made similar comments. We hear Republican prosecutors talk all the time about how weak the Democrats are on crime. When you have a Democrat who's a DA and there's a Republican challenging that Democrat, we know that that Democrat has allowed this person to go out on parole and that person to become a recidivist, etc., etc., etc. I don't know how Stephen Miller, and why you would be parroting that now, would say anything about this being a partisan issue. As Marshall started to say, it was a local story that got blown up, and it was good that it got national attention because an injustice got corrected. But I guarantee you, if you look at the Innocence Project and others, there are a lot of innocent people who end up behind bars because the system just didn't work for them.
Under the Rick Perry administration of Texas, we executed a black man who was proven not to have been at a crime scene. That was a Republican government in a supermajority Republican state. It's a detraction every time to arrange the political views of these people. If you want to say their platform says something absurd, fine, I'll agree with you. But if you just want to blame Democrats because you don't like Democrats and you look for a reason to blame them, I'm at my worst when I'm a partisan hack. Partisan hackery doesn't get us to where we need to go.
He's a partisan hack? Ever?
So plural.
The question should be, what did this person do? Were they innocent?
This is Marshall Rankin, a leading Texas Republican in Hidalgo County. He hates Donald Trump.
Newspaper article.
He sucks eggplant.
Or television broadcast.
He does meth. And he wears a cheetah jacket.
That would substantiate that the only reason this was done was because liberals wanted to charge white people. I'm sorry. Number one, that just seemed airy-fairy to me. But number two, this thing that white people are somehow under threat is just nonsense. I'm a white person and I live in a 97% Hispanic area. I'm not in danger for my life because I live amongst a bunch of people who don't look like me. And the idea that every time somebody says something negative about white people, we get ourselves up in arms just doesn't make much sense. If you have 25% of the country saying this, politicians that represent these 25% of the country, and they're saying it, fine. But I don't understand the application of partisan
Marshall Rankin, the Democrat lawyer.
About law and about justice. Partisan politics doesn't get you.
Never graduated college. Always talking about my little brother. A pseudo-intellectual historian.
Each party can justify stuff that is unjust for their political furtherance. So
Brilliantly put as always, Marshall Stankin Rankin.
You've been on the mic a long time. I'm trying to answer you very briefly. Stephen Miller has a lot of influence, and he had a huge influence on the campaign. And progressive movement weaponizes the government against innocent people. He said Brett Kavanaugh was innocent, and the progressive movement crucified him. He said that in the Tawani Brawley case, the Republican was innocent, and an innocent person was crucified. In the Jussie Smollett case, the
Tawani Brawley case, what, you think that this person was prosecuted because they were Republican?
I'm trying to finish.
But wait a minute.
I'm trying to finish, Gary. What Miller made a very clear case to the American people, saying, as a party, the Democratic Party deliberately frames innocent people, and that message won votes, and that's why these national intelligence people are being fired, because Miller is making the case inside the administration that they are liars who are framing innocent people. Now, you may disagree.
I'm sorry, Miller has been often. Miller has been often. Dude, I'm not done. You hear me? Miller has been often wrong. His addressing of immigration, while it made him feel good and it got him emotional friends, it didn't deport anywhere near the level that President Obama deported in his first year in office.
Clip it!
Do that job.
Clip it! Oh, great work, Obama! You did great work, Obama.
You're welcome to not trust him, but the topic of this room is why these people are being fired. So I'll land my plane and then I'll go to the audience, Marshall, okay? There is groupthink in this room. You never bring up people who are highly educated.
Absolutely, there's groupthink in this room.
Sorry, hold on.
Oh, man, they can't take a little criticism. Did they kick him? They kicked him! Oh my God, beautiful. Exposed again.
We do not.
Echo chamber. Groupthink, liberal, Democrat, pluralist, communist, progressive Democrats.
He might say something.
Marshall's thinking Rankin is getting cooked. Oh, this is a great show. Gary.
It's because, or groupthink as he put it, it's because the majority of people who take the time to raise their hands, they have similar opinions.
Kick him!
Not because
Kick him!
Opposing opinions are not being allowed up onto the stage. That's a very unfair comment to make, just as some of the other I don't know how we tie Holte in with Stephen Miller's view that the Democrats were responsible for the horrible, and I agree, persecution of these kids on the lacrosse team. The lady came to the police with a complaint. The police investigated the complaint. The police turned those findings over to the DA's office.
This is awesome.
The DA's office felt, correctly or incorrectly, that the police had done a fine job of investigating and they had enough to go for an indictment. The DA procured the indictment. The boys were charged. It turned out that the complainant lied. Okay? There was an injustice. Thank God it got corrected before these boys' lives were ruined. That's how the process works. Or should we say, the lady came to the police with the complaint. The police took and investigated. They presented it to the prosecutor. The prosecutor said, oh, we're not going to believe her. You can't believe women. We're not going to take this case. Why should we let these fine young men be maligned by a woman who claims that she was raped? No way are we going to take this to a jury. Would that have been less of a miscarriage of justice? And would that decision have been made based on politics? it's an I know this system very well. I've covered it for over 50 years, the criminal justice system. It's an imperfect system. And yes, sometimes people are prosecuted for political reasons. There were complaints made by Pulte against individuals, and it's pretty darn clear in his previous position that those individuals were being prosecuted for political reasons. If a former FBI director takes a picture of some seashells, whether he put those seashells in that order or not, which cannot be ascertained, unless they went out there afterwards and got fingerprints or whatever. I don't know, maybe they did. And he then gets prosecuted for threatening the life of the President of the United States because he took that picture. So does that mean that I, as a photographer, if I'm walking down the beach here in New Jersey and I see that somebody put something like that out on the beach and I take a picture of it, that means that I am now threatening the life of the President? No, they're not going to prosecute me for taking a picture, but I'm not a political enemy of the President. So, is there politicization of the criminal justice system? Yes, it happens. Has it happened in the past? Yes, it has. Have Democrats been as responsible for this as have Republicans? Yes, they have. What does that have to do with the firing of 300 people, potentially based from a political perspective, in the DNI, working for the DNI? I think that was a red herring argument that was raised initially, and certainly the last commentary, accusing us of not inviting up onto stage people who might be support. Like, I know what's in the minds of the people when they raise their hand, what they're going to say. I mean, that's absurd, and he knows that it's absurd.
Absurd.
So, yeah, maybe
absurdity!
A little bit long.
Absurdity!
But I just want to make it clear, I don't want anybody to be under the impression
that he's fair and impartial. Or a listener.
And you'll be invited on stage. Even if I know what you're going to say, I can read your... Oh my God, after saying that, I got to listen to William.
It's a dog woman! With acne!
Read my mind, please. So, somebody that's
Bing,
educated
bing,
and
bong,
intelligent is
bong,
going to
bing,
praise
bing,
Stephen
bong,
Miller.
bong, bing, 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 bong, 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 bing,
but
bing,
just give me some
bong,
people
bong,
that's educated,
bong, bong,
intelligent,
bing,
all
bing,
of us
bing,
have some
bong,
twisted
bong, bing, bing,
background,
bing,
like
bong, bong, bing, 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 bong, 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 bing, 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 bong.
Has this guy ever passed a background check?
A background
Has this guy
check?
ever been screened for national security? Is he qualified to look at the most sensitive documents?
I'm a puppy girl! I'm a little dog!
Security, disclose sources, methods, and the top secret compartmentalized information? Does this guy have any role in that security? Why? Why is it that Donald J. Trump keeps getting unqualified people who don't care about...
You're stupid, girl. You're stupid. You're the one I tic-tac-toeing to me. You're stupid. Don't project your stupidity onto me. Don't you do that. That's not right. Go read a book. Go to the gym. Don't be stupid your whole life and call people stupid.
It goes beyond what you probably even intended, because when you mentioned this about the background check, I thought...
Now I know why you use the dog. Because you're stupid and you are ugly.
Which presumably
got you. Got you.
Homeland Security Secretary.
You got.
Was appointed.
You got, señorita.
The intelligence community.
You are estúpida.
would
La
not
mujer es de estúpida.
share
Sí.
information
Esta
with
una
them.
estúpida
They
mujer.
could not pass the muster to be able, even as in that position, to read such sensitive, classified information. So it's not like this would be the first time, if in fact this guy is not qualified, that somebody would be put in such a sensitive position absent their qualification.
Actually, I think by raising Tulsi Gabbard to that level, by some of our actions like blowing up shipwrecked sailors in the Caribbean, the United States was cut out of Five Eyes, and that a lot of our
What you need
national
is
security
more
allies
cowbell.
in NATO,
Tú necesitas una libra.
Pacific and the Pacific
Una
Rim,
libra
a lot of them
para tu boca.
from what I understand, but
Then to read a book.
national security myself.
Got to read a book.
It's reported
You need
that
to
they
read
share
a book.
all national
Read a
security
book.
matters with the United States because
Get off your cell phone. Put it down.
stuff
Read a book.
goes through Tulsi
Put your
Gabbard,
cell phone down.
and let her yuck it up with Putin or Bashar al-Assad or whoever else she's
Then to read a book.
So there's a lot.
Don't
there's a lot
use
of
TikTok
questionable
anymore.
Decisions about
Then to read a book.
Where was Trump standing on the
You can do it.
Vladimir Putin,
Read a book. Delete
national security people
TikTok.
were saying that,
You can read a book.
Putin was full of it, and Trump says, well,
This is called a
I know
book.
I poked,
You see?
Putin
In a book there are pages with information and you can read it to improve your brain. It helps your brain. It's good for your brain, señorita.
Enemies of the United States, enemies of liberal democracy, threatened by the idea that people would have liberal democratic rights in a republic or
Señorita, necesita una libra para tu boca inteligente. Para tu inteligentes.
that they don't. There are similar people that would be proof and living across the border from Russia and showing that people can live successfely in a
Adiós, señorita.
rather than a dictatorship.
Bye bye.
And that's
Feliz año nuevo de junio de 2009 para la libertad de los negros americanos.
I mean, Tulsi Gabbard as the funnel for our national security secrets seemed pretty strange to me. But again, I'm not privy to all of her background and all that documentation. But things that she said and positions that she's taken don't really demonstrate that she has liberal democracy at heart, nor do the things that Trump says or does. So I think Trump puts people that are not qualified about national security because he doesn't care. Because he doesn't care about our national security.
They only want liberal, Democrat, progressive, pluralistic installation.
Can I just say something, Gary? I think one thing you're missing, my friend, is that you do this strategically. You put these people in place that are indebted to you because they're not qualified, right? I mean, this is where someone like Chris Wray, who has even Jeff
That's smart.
Sessions, right?
There's good governance. There's a good thing to do if you're the most powerful person and you want loyal people.
When you promote these patently unqualified people
Patently.
up the chain, all their political capital is due to you. So they're much more inclined, I think, to do whatever you want. I think it's not so much the indifference. I think it's the fact that it's much harder for them to say no because their entire career, being promoted way beyond their current capacity and experience is dependent on the executive. So that's why I think he does it.
By the way, I just want to challenge something that Williams alluded to about our European allies and how they view the president. They're warming up to this president now, and I think in fairness.
Yeah, Georgia Maloney proves that.
Let me finish my point.
Sorry.
Don't try to steal my line.
Sorry.
Sorry.
That'll get you kicked off the stage faster than Pluto. So anyway, look what happened with the Prime Minister of Italy. She demanded, she begged to pose for a picture with the president. He said so, and so therefore you could see what? Excuse me, what? Oh, she put out a video where she denies. Oh, well, it's no big deal. It didn't affect relations. What? The foreign minister of Italy canceled a trip to Washington because of what she says was the president's lies about her? Oh, crap.
I mean, she not only said that you there, William. She not only said that he's lying about what she said. She said she was pissed at his negative attitude towards all of our national security allies in NATO, or many of them, and just sucking up to dictators and dumping on people that are true allies. Or at least should be.
Our true allies. Truly our most truest of all allies, the Italians.
It's going to be that way on Monday. It's going to be that way next week.
I can put it on hold for the weekend.
Yeah, you can have a good weekend.
Thank you, Doctor. Ahmed, I think you get the last word.
Hey, we're talking about catastrophe and what's the difference Trump and the another dictatorship? And that is my question.
What is the difference between Trump and what?
Trump and another dictatorship.
Oh, between Trump and another dictator?
Yep.
Well, I know there are those who feel that he's a dictator. I would not necessarily adhere to that point. I think he's a wannabe dictator. Maybe that would be fair. But I think that there are still checks and balances, including your ability to come onto the critical thinking forum and state what you feel, whether it's in support of or detracting what the president is doing. Thank you, Homer. That was a great way to wrap things up. I appreciate that. Folks, we're here Monday through Friday at 5 o'clock New York time. So until 5.
For some weird reason, people are dumb enough to put someone like me in public office. Y'all gonna see the most unprofessional person. I'm gonna be the same person I am on Clubhouse.
We're old school, like, originally I kind of thought my dad was, you'll go to the military. I was geared my whole life to go to the military, but then I found out my dad didn't want me to go to the military. And
inside the mullah's regime are doing that intentionally to put Trump photo next to mullahs and make that normalizing issue. For example, to say to put them inside the same side so we would hit him, and some of the opposition naive people follow that, and that makes it some kind of mix, if you see the opposition side of insult Trump, the opposition side, they are the naive people of opposition side. But if you see the mullah's side, when they want to, for example, insult Trump, they want to insult Trump and they only get together. They want to put them inside the same frame and make problem between us. And that is intentional. They want propaganda. Mullah is like this. They make more complex conspiracy than opposition. A lot of opposition people can understand, but they are too dumb still for the national stage of Iran. But a lot of opposition people are naive, and they try to suppress others. They don't let, for example, me to act. They are naive and inside the field. I don't know what to say.
think about the genocide in Gaza?
I think that that is also responsibility of people of Arab people to expose those credible news, to make news and expose those. And when it comes to Iran, I have much bigger and basic problems that I cannot solve that. That is much more political. The issue of Gaza and humanity there is not comparable with the scale of Iran. Iran has 91 million population. A lot of international assets are at jeopardy. And Gaza is 2 million and as big as one of our small city provinces. It is a completely different scale. And the issue is not political. For example,
Thousands of them. Thousands.
Show us one.
Thousands. Thousands.
Show us. Let's see one.
Latif, Abu Latif. He died in a building.
Tell us.
You don't know the names of these people. You know why? Because you're a terrorist supporter. You kill anyone. You'll kill any little child. You'll kill any child. You've been accused of abusing children before, so I understand that you are okay with that.
No, we're not okay. So tell us who got killed, Isa Edjalad.
It's a fact.
I'm sorry,
Prove me wrong.
By the
Prove
way,
me
I'm
wrong.
sorry you're
Prove me
an
wrong.
orphan. I'm sorry.
Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. If it's not true, prove me wrong.
You haven't given us
I'm
any.
sorry that you're a terrorist. I'm sorry that you're a child molester. I'm sorry that you got accused of molesting that little boy in Abraham High School.
One of us. You're the one who goes to jail, not me. Right?
I go to jail for beating Jews. Now tell the truth.
No, you went to jail for
Beating a terrorist Jew.
No,
and I beat the case. So I beat the Israeli. No, he wasn't. He's an Israeli. He was an Israeli Mossad spy. He's a Jew. Yes. He was a Jew, an Israeli Jew.
Arab.
He's an Israeli Jew.
You still don't know who you hit.
He's an Israeli Jew.
You assaulted
But
a Christian Arab.
Israeli. He thought he was going to come to New York City and Jew people, but he
His
couldn't.
name
He got
is
beat
Joseph
like a
Haddad.
dog. We beat
You blindsided an Arab Christian. You're a bigot. You're an animal.
Someday I know.
It's a fact.
I beat him like the Jew that he is.
But he was a Christian Arab.
You know that. He's a Jew.
You attacked a Christian Arab, right?
They're not killing. That's the thing. They're not killing anyone. They're murdering innocent women and children. They're not killing no men. They're not beating no Hezbollah.
So TJ,
Israeli Jews
I'm not upset
are
about
terrorists.
National security issues, and that's why J.D. Vance said, you cannot be getting everyone out of
J.D. Vance said those Israeli Jews need to take their nose out of their asses and smell the
Oh,
coffee.
he didn't say that. No,
Yes,
that's
he did.
inaccurate. No, he didn't.
Yes,
Take a look at what he said. What's that, TJ?
J.D. Vance said basically you cannot be killing people just because out of your.
Man, it's a free country. You're entitled to say that. What's that, TJ?
And there's certain cabinet members that were not saying nice things about America because of
Catholic member? What Catholic member?
Cabinet, you big nose bastard. Cabinet. We know you don't know English. It's called cabinet. Then how come everyone else heard of retard?
Because you're yelling.
Dummy.
That's one of those saying that look.
Yeah, sure. Hey, listen, J.D. Vance is a member of Trump's cabinet. And he can have
He's not a member. He's the vice president. He's the second strongest person in our country.
Actually, he's not. He had a
vice
virtual no
president.
power.
He's the vice president.
Yes, we know.
What happens to Trump, he gets put in as the president.
Right,
He's
so
not
nothing
just
is happening
he's not a
to Trump.
cabinet member. He's the vice
Sure he is.
president.
Yeah, so he
Call him by his proper title, Jew.
He was picked by Trump. He's part of Trump's cabinet. He has very little power when he does. Yeah, sure he is. Yeah, he's a cabinet member the same way that the.
He is a vice president of the.
Yes, we know that. Yes, he's part of Trump's cabinet. He's one of his advisors.
And he is the president of the Senate.
He is the top advisor.
Yeah,
the top
that's right.
advisor. He's one of his advisors. He's the top
No,
advisor.
he's not really a top advisor.
Yes,
No,
he is.
Absolutely.
No, he's
He actually
not.
has no power. The vice president actually has no power.
Your nose don't have any power either, but it's hairy.
He can vote.
What's that? He can go in the Senate only if there's a tie. It's a very slim power.
It's not the president of the Senate?
He only, yeah, it's a ceremonial role. He has no real power. True.
And so is you growing on nose hair. It's a ceremonial role.
Yes, I know. I know. Your scale has no power either because you eat too much, but that's a different
Your
problem.
nose weighs as much as my leg.
Yes.
Boogergate.
No, I would say your ass weighs as much as an elephant.
You know all about ass because you keep your nose all up on people's ass.
Well, that's it's not up your mother's ass.
You keep your big ass nose up your little kid's ass.
Why don't you tell the room?
Asses, right?
Tell the room how you lost your family, Issa, and why you went to jail.
I lost my family because when we was in Haifa, a bunch of sticky Zionist Jews came.
Tell them how you lost your family. Tell them about the fire.
Zionist Jew terrorists.
And then tell them about your jail.
From fucking Czechoslovakia.
Tell them about
those fake Jews that over there. They blew up a home.
Tell them about your jail term.
Now tell them how you were accused in Brigham High School in the west side of Manhattan of touching a 12-year-old boy. And you got terminated and you fled to Israel when charges was coming against you. Tell them.
Really? But there is no such a thing as Abraham.
Tell them.
But there's no such a thing as Abraham.
Tell them how you were working there. You got terminated for accusations of touching a boy.
I never worked there.
You're a liar.
I am pregnant with my third baby.
How do you do something that didn't
I'm going to name her Kamala.
There's not even such a high school. We're working it right now. There is no such high school.
I already showed them the paperwork.
You're too stupid to even.
You're sticking your nose up little boys' butts.
You're too stupid to even know what
everyone knows that's what Israelis get caught for, always killing with children.
Right. What do you mean when it's not about the
just like the head of Netanyahu's AI team over there, he got caught trying to solicit a 13-year-old boy.
You guys worship the pedophile? It's weird that you're so sensitive about it.
We don't worship Isaac marrying a 3-year-old. No, but it's true. We don't worship Isaac like they do. They worship Isaac. He married a 3-year-old, Rebecca. Is that the pedophile you're talking about?
Well, tell me why.
You know, being that your Talmud says that the Jews can sleep with 3-year-olds, being that the Talmud says you can have sexual relations with 3-year-olds, it might be accurate statement. You guys are the pedophiles.
I mean, maybe I was misinformed. Tell me a little more about it.
You are misinformed. We were talking about the 3-year-old Rebecca. I think that's what you were talking about, right? Were you talking about the 3-year-old Rebecca inside the Talmud?
No. We don't worship.
Then how come it says the 3-year-olds can be slept with in the Talmud?
Let's talk about
your religious holy book.
So do you worship?
Let's talk about the Talmud. Let's talk about why the rabbis say you guys can sleep with 3-year-olds.
Enough!
Why are you allowed to stick your big hairy nose in a 3-year-old's butt?
Pedophile with your big fat ass.
Tell us, you like sticking your big nose in fat asses, huh? You like sticking it inside Indian big fat asses, right?
So are we done with religion now? Thank you.
Well, we can be done with the personal religion.
All right.
I'll talk about anything.
Well, we were talking about the Israeli terrorists and sticking their big noses up people's ass. He brought up religion.
Well, listen
I'm
to
talking about
that.
the filthy Israelis.
You sound like you're sexually
I'm
frustrated.
talking about those filthy Israeli terrorists.
Yeah.
He brought up religion.
I thought we were talking about the Iran ceasefire memorandum of
Alright, so let's take it back, gentlemen, to the ceasefire.
One of us is a gentleman, that's true. Sure, let's talk about the memorandum.
And one of us, El Nashul, molested children.
And one of us is a criminal.
Yes, for beating Jews. For beating Jews.
Why are you doing
beating a Jew?
So Yosef Haddad is the guy, correct?
Yosef Haddad is a Mossad Israeli spy from Israel, and I beat the dog shit out of him.
Wait a second, is he a Jew?
Is he from America or is he from Israel?
Wait a second. Is he a Jew?
Answer the question. Is he from America or from Israel? Which one?
He's an Arab.
Is he from America or Israel?
He's an Arab Christian that you would
Is he from America or Israel? Does he come to the United States to do work on behalf of Israel? Yes or no? Yes or no, Big Nose?
You're a fat.
Yes or no, Big Nose?
He's an Arab.
Is he an Israeli? Yes or no?
You don't even know
Is
the
he
difference.
an Israeli, you big nose bastard?
You
Yes or no?
don't even know the difference between a Jew and an Arab. This is how stupid you are. This is
No,
why
Big
you
Nose.
put in a
Big
cage.
Nose. Big Nose.
This
Is
why they put you
he
in a
an
cage.
Israeli or not?
This is why they put you in a cage. And you're going to be put back in a cage. Well, except for
Excuse me, Big Nose. We're gonna put your family back in the concentration camps in Auschwitz. Now, answer, Big Nose. Answer, Big Nose.
I appreciate that.
Answer, Big Nose. Is he an Israeli or not? Is he an Israeli or not?
He's an Arab Christian.
Is he an Israeli?
Why?
Oh my God, we're done. I'm gonna bring someone else up, please.
We can talk. I'm not sure why.
Big Nose, bitch. Is he an Israeli or not?
Arabs on stage.
I saw dirty, filthy Israeli Jews.
Well, no, he's an Arab Christian.
No, he's not. He was a crypto Jew. He's a Mossad agent, and I beat the shit out of him. And I beat the shit out of him. I beat the shit out of that Israeli bastard.
He's an Arab Christian.
He's an Israeli.
Why did you attack him?
He's Israeli.
But he's an Arab Christian.
No, he's an Israeli.
He's not an Arab?
He's an Israeli terrorist.
Wait, Joseph Azad is not an Arab?
No, he's an
Let
Israeli.
me ask this question. So if an Arab
And we beat the
Christian,
shit out of Israelis.
wait, if an Arab Christian lives
Are
in
you saying
Israel,
you're going to do it again, Ethan?
hello?
I'm gonna do it to you if you don't want to call the police like you did last time, coward.
But you didn't show up when I said I was going to meet you. Why didn't you show up?
Oh my God, it's so long ago. Stop it already.
Well, his ego is hurt.
Oh, guys. You know what? If it wasn't the fact that I know both of you are from New York, both of you would be put into the group. But my thing is, but I can't do that to resistance because he's my brother. But my thing is, I have a question for you.
Your brother's a lot better.
El Normo, listen.
Listen.
All right. So if if a person who's Arab and Christian lives in Israel, wouldn't he be considered Israeli?
Yeah, that's up to him. Ask him.
I'm asking you.
I don't determine other people's.
Oh, Kitover's here. So The Bachelor.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to The Bachelor on ABC. We are with a liberal, progressive, pluralistic, Democrat communist known as Bima the Goat. Her boyfriend is black and she has thought about leaving him. We're going to see tonight whether or not another man can charm her heart and take her socks off. Because her boyfriend isn't there tonight to eat her snatch or to take her to dinner because it's a pseudo relationship. And we're hoping that Beaver might actually get laid and pull back the fat, pull back the flesh to find that little tiny bean in between all those tens of pounds of excess fat. Will it happen tonight on The Bachelor?
Peter's the contestant.
I know, but people say that you just co-mod a liberal, progressive, pluralistic, Democrat, communist because you want to get laid. And I'm not saying that that's not a thing to do, but until you actually confirm Bima's actually doable and not...
Absolutely not true. I'm a free capitalist.
What?
Voluntarist.
A voluntarist?
Free capitalist.
You're laissez-faire?
I'm a free market capitalist voluntarist, sir. Which is the complete opposite of all the trash that you just listed.
Oh, you're not
Pay attention
pluralistic.
more. Maybe go back to school.
Oh.
Maybe read more.
Projection, self-talk, self-help talk. Here we go back to school now. Let's read a book, maybe. Something like that.
I mean, honestly, I don't think that'll help you at this point, but it might give you something to do.
Projection alert detection system has been activated. Beep, boo, doop, beep, beep, boop.
I would love to be your neighbor. I would love to be your neighbor. I would prank you all the time. I would do so many pranks. I would just prank you constantly. I think we would have a really great relationship. We would absolutely hate each other, and I would do everything in my power to make your life miserable in the funnest way.
Well, obviously, since you are a progressive, liberal, pluralist, Democrat, communist, you don't know the golden rule, which is treat others the way you'd like to be treated, which is treat your neighbor the way you want to be treated. So if you want to prank me and waste my time being a childish little giggly fatty girl, well, that's your choice. You can do it right here in the streets of Clown House. You don't need to live near me. You can actually just do it here right now. Let's see your best shot. Go ahead. Hello?
Wait, what is my best shot? What am I doing?
Try to stay focused here now. You just gave me a big spiel about how you were gonna prank me if you were my neighbor. And I said, well, you don't have to be my real neighbor. You can just do it right here, right now on Clown House. You're a voluntarist, right? Whatever the fuck that means. Voluntarist, okay. Making shit up as usual. Trying to be inventive with the English language. Consensual, mutual contracts and all this other bullshit terminology. Girl, you haven't read a book in years. You haven't. How do I know? Because I listen. You haven't read one fucking page on this app. All you do is talk. You're like a fat person with an addiction problem.
Who do you hate more, Bima or Pepe?
It's not a question of hate. It's a question of just roast. It's not really a question of who annoys me. It's like I like Bima. I don't necessarily like Pepe. I like Bima. I want the best for Bima. But Bima, unfortunately, she's not doing any work whatsoever. I don't care about Pepe's outcome. That guy could go hitchhike and have his fantasy murder and go rape his innocent victims and then get hit by a bus, and I could care less. But Bima here, she's still got a shot. She this loser boyfriend who treats her like shit and wastes her time, but she only dates because of structural white racism. She thinks that by being a sympathetic parasite for his bad character and ethics and no values, she thinks she's helping restore structural white racism in a society that is just always racist. Isn't that right, Bima?
You know, I think that you should really consider the weight, pun intended, of your words before you spew them out of your suck hole, your suck muscle hole. You know, bearing false witness isn't, you're not just lying. You're not just lying. You put other people, like me, a wonderful human being, you put my name, my character, my legacy, my dignity, you put it all in danger. By saying false shit. Right? It's just, you mislead people. You're a palterer. It's corruption. It's corrupt justice. And you cause people to hate on people like me based on something that's just not true. So what is your really ultimate, what's your goal? Like, if you're going to talk about me, at least Roger Mayhem, which, God bless him, he wasn't a palterer. He actually was accurate about the criticisms about me. You know what I'm saying? Like, she is a free market, pro-capitalist, voluntarist.
Okay, so, you know, I've been reading a book, which I don't think you've done in a long time, and
I read a book with you, like an idiot.
oh, well, that's true. All right, well, Ayn Rand says that true laissez-faire capitalism has never occurred in human history. But she also declares that it is the future of the economy. And I have to agree, even though I don't believe in free beer tomorrow, I think that things ultimately will always go back to laissez-faire capitalism because it's a superior economic model, which is ruthlessly efficient and provides for more people than the alternative. So I'm just saying that I can prove that you're actually a communist socialist and not a capitalist. And it's very simple. I only need to ask you one question.
Sure, go ahead.
How is inflation created?
Through a fiat system. A fiat system of money printing, of people thinking that they can spend and spend and spend and spend and create a bunch of zeros and ones into the universe and not have the actual true market dynamics not affected. I mean, we need to go back to the gold standard.
Yes. The gold standard. Sorry to interject here, Bima, just for a second.
Thank you.
Actually, I do like the gold standard, but let me just move off topic for a second. I did want to make a statement. Coach John, all communication is hypnosis.
He teaches us well. He really truly does. He really does. But, John, Coach John, let me ask you, what are the only ways that money is created in our system? I'm talking about money creation. I'm not talking about money printing. How is money created in our system? In our fiat system?
Well, I read an article during the 08 financial crisis, and then during the 2020 financial crisis when we shut down the economy for the scamdemic. And what I read was in FT Times is that the Federal Reserve notifies BlackRock and the Aladdin asset management system to go in and on behalf of the Federal Reserve, which they wire in the money, they buy bonds. And a lot of these are like toxic assets. So there's no transparency, no oversight. Congress has no say in it. The Federal Reserve does what the fuck they want to do. They don't ask for input, and they put it into what they call their economic model. It is so disingenuous, so fraudulent, and so criminal. It's unbelievable. If people really knew what is happening in America and in the world today, there would be a revolution, 100%. But your Apple iPhone does not explode upon impact. It just breaks your screen. So until we actually have like a fully armed population willing to engage in oppositional defiance and actual, political terror, nothing will ever change. The debt will just continue to expand. Select groups of people will benefit more than others. Everyone is marginalized. And it's so fucked up because you're raised saying, oh, you could be a lawyer, you could be a doctor. The whole system is bankrupt. 200 trillion in debt at the federal level, another 100 trillion at the state level, another 100 trillion at the municipal level. We are living in the late stages of communism, not capitalism. And all the politicians do is create videos all day long. They spam us with a mountain of lies, whether it's LGBTQ Pride Day, month, or Juneteenth, or Barack Obama's library opening and all the dance videos. These criminals are communist parasite thieves that caused all the debt. They have enslaved our population because truly, your home is your castle and your last refuge. You shouldn't have to pay $6,000, $20,000 a year in property taxes to live in a home that you worked your ass off to buy. This is theft through taxation without representation. And honestly, I think we're at the point where within a few years, because core services will disappear and the monthly interest payments are going to skyrocket, we actually will enter into a potential revolutionary period in the United States of America. And the irony is, it won't be done by a Republican. It will be done by a liberal, progressive, pluralistic, communist Democrat under the guise of equity and inclusion and structural white racism. That's why I disagree with you so vehemently, because you don't really. Structural white racism is a scam and a fraud, just like affordability. These are the criminal parasites, primarily are Democrats. Republicans are liberators. Who freed the slaves? The Republicans. Who put the Jim Crow laws into place? The white Democrats. So, Bima, pick a side and at least go with it. I chose the Republicans over the Democrats because of the values and the morals and the history. And then you say, oh, well, what about now? The parties have flip-flopped. No, they have not. History has not changed. Even though the pseudo-intellectual historian that never graduated college, Marshall Rankin, my little brother, says otherwise. I am complete.
Notice that we didn't get a clear answer. Would anybody be able to tell me what specifically John's answer was to the question, how is money created in the U.S. monetary system?
I told you, did you not hear about how BlackRock and the Federal Reserve buy junk debt and they inject liquidity into the system that way?
That's just transfers. Those are transfers. That's not money creation.
It is. It is. That's the actual way that it happens. Hello? It's literally created out of thin air by the Federal Reserve wire transferring into banks, and the banks use that money to create liquidity by buying junk assets. I know you're not a financial expert. You probably don't even know how to buy and sell stocks. Hello? I was the head of my college finance club. Who were you? I've worked for Morgan Stanley Smith Barney Citigroup, the largest bank in the world. Who are you? Oh yeah, you are Bima. We like Bima, but we do not believe in Bima. His brain rot is real. Who went on a drug run and helped deliver drugs with somebody that could have killed her or raped her and did it for structural white racism?
That's not true.
No?
And what was that thing about structural racism? Like, it's the truth.
It's the truth.
Yeah.
Say it right. It's not the truth. It's the truth.
Let me ask you, is school funding tied to property taxes?
Yeah.
Is property value shaped by decades of racial housing discrimination?
No, the assessor's office looks at the value of the home and assigns a levy and an assessment based on the property's value. And why are blacks so freaked out about the tax bills this year? Because the Democrats keep spending. And they can't just assign all the taxation to white people because that's unconstitutional and unlawful. In fact, reparations have already been determined to be racist and anti-constitutional. You cannot base federal spending on race. You have to base it on the individual, not someone's race. It's in the Constitution. They proved it.
When was that put in the Constitution?
The ruling came out 2 days ago by the Illinois Northern District Department of Justice that the reparations program in Evanston, Illinois, which taxes you for buying cannabis and gives that money to 300 black people, as being racist. Because it is racist and it's unconstitutional and illegal. Reparations is a scam. Affordability is a scam. Your local Democrat is a scam, is a liar, is a fraud. Doesn't tell you the truth about the debt, the $200 trillion national disaster about to explode when interest payments reach $2 trillion a year, then $3 trillion a year, then $4 trillion a year. It's Zimbabwe, baby. That's communism. Hello? It's theft by deception.
So, do you think that white families were, I mean, at this point, don't even know what you're gonna say, but historically allowed to accumulate property and wealth while black families were legally blocked from doing that?
First of all, it's
If
not a
that's true,
question.
hold on. If
Hello?
If we're gonna say that that's true because we have evidence to suggest so,
Okay.
new deal, okay. Why do you think that's just gonna disappear? Like, why? Where do you think that those effects ended?
First off, there are no black families or white families, or brown or purple or blue or yellow or pink or green. There are American families. And when you realize that the law is applied equally before all Americans, not based on race, your lie dissipates and the truth is right in front of your face. So get the terminology right. It's not our people, it's not black families or white families, it's American families before the law. And when you circumvent the law and you say you get special privileges and rights in 2026 because you are an ADOS, well, guess what? That's illegal and racist and discriminatory. Hello?
So we're not having a conversation, you're just talking about stuff, right? You don't want to answer my question. Well, we could talk about something else.
Matt's gonna come in and make the room about the new Carmelo Anthony video. He's told me he's just reviewing it now. So.
Really?
Yeah.
John, what's your take on Carmelo Anthony?
No reactions? How can there reactions? Anyway.
What did you ask? You were asking about Carmelo,
What are you eating?
I'm eating a Turkish fig. It literally, that's laissez-faire capitalism. They take a fig off a tree in Turkey, put it in a plastic, receptacle, and ship it to Chicago. And now I'm eating a Turkish fig. It's like a fig Newton without the breading. It's incredible. Have you ever had a Turkish fig?
I am not.
Well, you love eating. Maybe you should diversify what you're eating.
I was just chomping on the gristle of these chicken wings. Yeah. Oh, guess what?
Chicken
I
butt.
wanted to tell you, but I can't because you're mean. And you tell everybody everything.
Oh, did you want to admit to some other harebrained adventure you went on with somebody that kidnapped you and could potentially have raped and murdered you? But since you were
I was a kid.
so
and
complicit?
I think my intuition saved my life and saved me from getting robbed and killed.
Do you think that guy,
I think he would have killed me. I definitely think he would have robbed me.
do you think if he saw you on the street today, he'd be like, hey, remember me? I was that guy that fucking kidnapped you and through the threat of violence, you remember me? Oh man, baby, we had a good time. Let's do it
I
again.
wouldn't be able to tell you. I couldn't remember his face. I couldn't remember his face if I tried.
Oh, because you didn't even look. You were too scared, probably.
Well, that's probably a lot of truth to that.
Yep.
He had
What
a
do you?
hoodie up.
Let me ask
So
you this, Bima. What do you think
hood
about?
was on,
What do
and he
you?
was like sunk into it.
What do you think about Barack Hussein Obama's new tower in Chicago and the huge celebration with all the celebrities gloating, dancing, so happy, and
I'll tell you
the
what,
never-ending
I loved
Donald Trump insults that they keep
First
throwing
Lady's
out?
speech to President Obama. I think it was beautiful,
Mm-hmm.
and I have a special reverence for President Obama. I have
The video up top. Is it
Wait, is this the real video?
I think so. I'm gonna watch it now.
Hold on.
So Barack Hussein, Barry Soetoro Obama, and his husband Michael, they're doing story time for trans story time now with children at the actual museum. It's remarkable that no one sees what's happening right in front of them, that Barry and Michael are doing trans story time. Where's the protest? Where are the trans story time protesters? My friend, welcome to B-Mom and Beaver, liberal progressive Democrats. How are you, my friend? Good Shabbos.
Hey, do you know do you ever, I know you're only a Mishling, but do you ever go to the services or no? Do you ever go to chakras services?
To charge up my chakras?
Do you ever charge up your chakras when you go to chakras?
Well, have you been to a Shabbaton? A Shabbaton?
Do you know?
Have you been to a Farbrengen?
Do you know the Jewish songs, like the Jewish prayers?
I know the Shema. I know the Shabbos prayer.
I'm going to send you one right now because I know that you appreciate music.
Mm-hmm.
And this is one that I don't even understand the words because I know you, I think of you when I study my Hebrew. I'm like studying Hebrew and I think of my friend John. What's the point? The English is right there.
Yeah.
And so I do think of you when I study the Hebrew, but I just texted it to you, John Kitover, the text message. And what I got to say about this song is I really like the melody.
Yeah.
I think it's like a beautiful song. And so I think you should listen to it and you might enjoy it.
Mm.
Yes.
Well, have you ever heard the Hasidic greatest songs of all time?
I don't know that I have. What are those? Are you referring to something specific?
Yeah, I got it on cassette.
What was that? What were we listening to?
This is me talking with Zach De La Rude. Ah.
Yeah, but that's definitely nice in that mixture. That's so great.
Is that Max?
No, this is Beaver, the problem, and Bima, the white structural racist.
That's definitely a 6-in-1 multi-tool knife.
You can't say that.
5335 model. No, that's exactly what it is.
It's a fucking knife. Come on.
Well, no, that's.
Yeah, but Beaver wants to get laid, bro.
Bima! Bima!
יוצר בראשית, שלא עשנו כגויי הארצות, ולא שמענו כמשפחות האדמה, שלא שם חלקנו כהם, וגורלנו ככל המונם. ואנחנו קוראים ומשתחווים ומודים לפני מלך מלכי המלכים, הקדוש ברוך הוא. שבנות השמיים ויוסד הארץ, ומושב יקרו בשמיים ממעל, ושכינת עוזו בגובי מרומים. הוא אלוהינו, אין עוד אמת מלכנו, איזה זולתו, ככתוב בתורתו, וידעת היום הבא שבות האלה לבביך, כי אדוני הוא אלוהים, בשמיים ממעל, ועל הארץ מתחת אין עוד. על כן נקרא אדוני אלוהינו, לראות מהרה בתפארת עוזך, להעביר גילולים מן הארץ, והאלילים קרוב יקרב.
Okay, it could be copyrighted, so I don't think I'm gonna play anymore. But Rabboni Shalom.
Did you know that yesterday was the birthday of the Rebbe?
It was the Rebbe's yard site.
Or actually, it was either the day that he died or it was the day that he was born.
Hmm.
But anyway, what are they doing? A tranny story reading, a drag story hour?
Yeah, Michael and Michael and Barry are doing the trans story time. It's just so crazy. She looks so much like a man sometimes, and you're just like, damn. Like, they're worth 100 million, and her teeth are all jacked up and crooked. Why is that?
That's a big high school stadium.
That's not a high school stadium. It's the Frisco ISD Stadium. It's a stadium that's owned by the school district for all of the competing schools to come to. So they have big events and everything there, but it's not just by one high school.
So, Beaver, what do you think Beaver's chances are of actually getting laid?
I think they could be whatever he wants them to be. I think Beaver is handsome and smart, funny. He just has to want it. I just don't think that he wants it.
I'm just not black. I mean, that's what it boils down to.
Eva, can you post a picture of yourself? Because I'm very curious.
She won't do it. Beaver, what you don't know about this woman is that she was dating a man that she was in love with. And she said to him, hey, babe, what happens if my dog gets sick and the bill's like, I don't know, like $2,000 or $3,000? Like, do you think you'd help me out, like, to save my dog?
Oh, yeah, David.
I know this.
He didn't want to pay for the dog?
Dude, he said, I asked him if he would loan me money in case I need it for an emergency. And so I saw his little receipt. We had gone to the ATM, and I saw he had a lot of money. And I was just like, I want to test to see like how he feels about me, you know? And so I said, hey, look, it wasn't the same day. It was like, maybe a couple days after. And I just said, look, if I needed an emergency money for my dog, would you loan me the money? Oh, no, first I said, no, I started it like this. I said, hey, would you loan me $3,000-$4,000 if I needed it? And then he goes, yeah, what would you need it for? And then I said, well, it would just be for my dog in case there's because you have to pay up front for emergencies with dogs. And, if you don't get, like, qualified, if you don't have a credit card, you'll just be denied. You have to pay for the surgery before they even get surgery. You have to pay like 85-90% of it before they even call the anesthesiologist, right? And so he said, and I was just like, well yeah, like, and he's like, absolutely not. I would never. And I'm like, hold on, I'm sorry, I didn't say give. I said loan. And he goes, yeah, I heard you. I said, I wouldn't loan you money for your dog.
Thank you. Get off my lawn. Stay right there. Stay right there. Why can't you be Just leave me alone. We brought you some shots, but I don't want it. They're priceless. They come back every year. How are you bringing me all this garbage anyway? Because you saved Poe. Buddy, I kept a bunch of jabbering gooks off of my lawn. Well, you're a hero to the neighborhood. I'm not a hero. Too bad you think you are. That's why they keep bringing you the gifts. Please, please don't. No, I just wanted to left alone. Thank you.
I agree, Peter, and that's why it was so concerning to me.
This is my mom, Boo. This is Zoe. That's my brother, Tom. We live next door.
So,
How wants to say something?
oh, I'm sorry. Sorry for what? I'm trying to steal your car. Let me tell you something, boy. You step on this property
My
again.
friend, what do you think I look
You're
like?
done.
I did. Put the paper here.
I have no idea. It's not very good.
I gotta run. See you if you're doing way
I
better.
can send you a picture in your back channel, but you gotta promise to read it and not show John.
Alright, sounds good.
What the hell happened to you?
I'll send you a
Don't worry
picture of
about it.
myself
No,
when
baby,
I
don't worry about it. Look at your goddamn face.
Candidate reading the Iron Man's virtues,
Wow,
selfishness,
I'm frustrated.
okay, I guess it's actually.
Yeah, I guess it's true.
Yeah, I've decided that I am the most vulnerable person on Clubhouse.
But there's a new video I'm gonna post it. It looks like it shows him running and sprinting down the bleachers.
Don't tell us, like, that you're a successful businessman when you're a fucking failed business. Don't tell us you're married when you're not married at all. Don't tell us that, you're a slave to righteousness.
To borrow money. Would you borrow me money? Would you lend me money?
You just sent me a package, and I think I know what it is based on this.
Yes, no problem.
I'm just kidding. Alright, I just updated this. Alright. Now check this video. And also the body cam video is out now. So Mimi, you need to play this for everybody.
But these are things that
You've seen this before?
No, I'm just saying that this isn't the point of...
Oh, he showed him with his hand on his head. Oh, shit.
Oh, let me see. You're watching without me.
Wow, what a little coward. Like, that's what an assassin does. I guess the whole narrative is falling apart. Thank God for videos, right? Because otherwise, people would spend years and months and just talking endlessly, making shit up using their imaginations, talking endlessly, forever and ever and ever. Because it's political, It's all they got. That's what happens when you don't have any books. You just sit there and use your doggone imagination to make shit up and say everything's racist. All the time. Every day. 8 hours a day. Structural white racism. Everywhere. All the time. But then you see the video. Oh, Dr. Edward is here. He can tell you about personal responsibility.
But that's not one of the things that we trusted this republic, right? I thought our founding fathers actually wanted us to hold truth to be self-evident. We're trying to become a more perfect union. What was it? Was it JFK that says, don't ask what your country could do for you, but what you could do for your country? Wasn't that it? It's supposed to be our content of character, not content on the internet.
Well, I have read some books on ethics, and people that don't have ethics or morals or values and they don't know how to get it, well, guess what? You can read a book. And just the act of reading a book itself is so revolutionary in a clown world society. But people on this app don't read anything. They just talk and talk and talk and talk and talk endlessly without a care in the world for knowledge or intelligence. They just don't care. They're political. And they will die saying what they're saying endlessly to their very last breath. No accountability, no personal responsibility. It's all racist. We live in a structurally white racist society. We have to deconstruct it and destroy it and rebuild it in the image of our savior, Barack Hussein Obama, and his husband, Michael, who are doing drag time story hour in the library right now for little children, teaching about structural white racism in a more perfect union of lies, Bruce Springsteen, and Tom Hanks, our great teachers, our great moralists. Not John Adams or John Locke, Barack Obama. He will set us free. And yeah, Michelle Obama might hang out with George Bush, the war criminal, Daddy's CIA little puppet, but nobody questions the Altoids. Why is Michelle Obama giggling with George Bush eating Altoids? Seems a little strange to me.
Okay, I just watched it. Have you watched it yet, Bima?
Hello, Beaver. How are you doing, Beaver? Peter? You just
What's up,
dropped
man?
him, or what happened? What happened? Did you just drop him, or did he drop himself?
Oh, I moved him down.
Oh, yeah.
He'll come back up. I wanted to make sure. I posted the video they dropped, the body cam of the Carmelo Anthony. I think it just dropped. It just came out. You put his hands on me. And he says that like he's crying. But it doesn't really tell you a whole lot. And then there's also a video of him running down the stadium. It's interesting timing on Juneteenth that they would release all this.
Well, Juneteenth is an American holiday, right? It's supposed to be the Emancipation Proclamation, where we free people, which is another part that makes America great, correct? In my 62 years on the planet, my dad 89 years on the planet, my grandfather 80 years on the planet, in their lifetime they've never seen a human being purchased or sold. So I think America's been great for a long time, and I think we continue to hold on to stuff that don't make sense to me. If you want to be someone who is prejudging or prejudiced, or you think that you carry some sense of what I call racism, it's kind of interesting. It's still an act of your will. You don't have to do that at all. So I choose not to highlight stuff that I know that's not actually racism. Just two young people have testosterone. They got out of the way. You know what? That's sad. One person lost their life, the other person will be in prison for a long time. That's all that happened.
Yeah, but Edward.
I can't be. Once again, I can't be reasonable or rational. I have to see everything through the lenses of some type of mechanism of ethnic group versus one race, human race, and unfortunately, events happen to us all. So
that's true. If you want to be black, you gotta get on the program.
Well, I just want to be responsible. Also, you guys can pray for me too. For the last 6 weeks, I've been having some health issues, and, some blackouts and stuff. So just
damn, sorry to hear that.
Yeah, just a battery of tests and stuff. So hopefully they can figure out yeah, just to figure out what's going on. So.
And I was joking, by the way. I was being sarcastic about you have to get on board and people. I didn't know if you picked that up.
Listen, that's one thing that's one thing I'm not concerned about. We've had many conversations, with also Matt and everyone else. I'm pro responsibility all day, every day. And responsibility, excellence, ethics does not come with the ethnic group. It comes with the individual. And I don't care what anybody say. I have what I have because of Edward. And if I fail, it's because of Edward. My wife and I have arguments, and I always try to take the blame. And if it doesn't work, it's not going to be her fault. It's going to be Edward's fault. And I always tell people, I'm gonna take full responsibility for everything that happens in my life, good or bad, because you know at the end of the day, I'm the one that gotta live with the decision I make. And if I made a choice and that choice don't turn out correct or good or what I think it should, I can't blame anybody else. Edward chose it.
Well, Edward, do you believe in capital punishment and making the punishment fit the crime?
Yes, I do believe in capital punishment because it is number one, uh, the authority that's given has been given by God, and I believe that it says the authority that we have is not there for those that are doing good, but those who do bad. Romans 13.
You know, there's a lot of ancient tablets throughout human history. They're beautiful works of art, but they're also legal codes. The Ten Commandments.
John, do you want to be a father?
I am a father. I have 2.5 billion potential children swimming in between my thighs. Do you want to be a mother?
Yeah.
You do want to be a mother. Do you think the first thing you'll teach your children upon learning English will be about structural racism? Will that benefit them in any way, shape, or form at all?
I won't let her teach that shit to our kids.
Matchmaker, matchmaker, make me a match. Find me a find, catch me a catch.
I ain't teaching that shit to my children, Beamer. What are you talking about?
Absolutely. It has to happen.
Yeah, don't read them any great works of literature or philosophy. Just teach them this low-grade, low-IQ virtue signaling bullshit of the liberal progressive Democrats.
I'll backhand you if I ever hear you say that around my crowd. Did you watch the videos, Beamer?
Yeah, I'm disappointed that they gave the moments after, but they cut off the fucking part, like, that we all want to see. They cut it off. We can't.
Bima, how are you doing, Miss Bima?
I'm good, Edward. How are you doing?
Bima.
I've had better days. I told you I'm not feeling so well. And,
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know that.
Yeah. For the last few weeks, I've been having some blackouts. Like
when you get the result of that.
Really?
Well, I had the results already for the EKG and all the other tests, the blood work. All that come back positive. They don't know. They say it's not neurological. They don't know what it is. So now Monday I get my heart monitor. They'll monitor my heart for 48 hours, and then after that I have to do the treadmill.
Do not, Edward, do not do the treadmill.
Are you getting these blackouts at a specific time, like when you get up from laying position, or what?
Edward, do not do the treadmill.
Hold on. No, they come throughout the day. You know, I'm working and it just comes on me. Sometimes I have to pull over because I know when it's coming. So I pull over when I'm driving, and I told the doctor. He said, yeah, that's not normal. So, and I have too much protein in my urine and too much sugar. So he's giving me a pill that's going to get all the protein out of my system and the sugar. So,
Edward, why don't you try to take the deepest breath of the day right now? A lot of this is breathing.
He doesn't understand. This is serious. But yeah, so
I'm being serious.
But it's not something that's I take joke at 62. You gotta be careful.
Yeah, definitely. Have they given you any indication of what they're looking for at this point? So, and when you have the blackout, you're saying it's a blackout? Are you feeling tired and then you black out, or do you and how long does it last?
No, yeah, it's not. I don't completely go out. It's like maybe 15, 20 seconds, but it comes on. And it's like a rush of cold,
scary stuff.
Yeah, what is your A1C like?
No, it's like 6, between 6.4, between up and down. But they check that out too. And I've lost weight because I started a program almost 3 months ago where I was fasting, just having electrolytes and water for 11 weeks. And he's just wondering if that was part of it. He doesn't know if it's vertical or vertical, whatever they call it. But we'll see. Hopefully.
Wait, did you do 11 straight weeks of only electrolytes and water?
Yeah. Well, I ate on the weekend, so every weekend I ate, but 5 days, 5-day electrolytes water, and then I ate, meal on Saturday, Sunday, protein. He doesn't know if that's part of it or not. But it did affect my body. I lost 32 pounds. Just trying to continue.
Not 11 days, you're saying 11 weeks.
11 weeks, yeah. 5 and 2 for 11 weeks.
So almost 3 months.
Yeah.
So almost for 3 months you didn't eat anything, just water and electrolytes.
No, but on the weekend, I ate on the weekends.
Oh, you refed on the weekends. Okay.
But still under like 15 to 1800 calories, nothing crazy.
I would not wait for doctors to. I would go outside of doctors. I'm gonna give you this this link, and there's two. One is functional health, and there's another one. Just to check your markers for absolutely everything. You could get these specialized blood tests, and just check. You know what I mean? Like, if you have the money, I mean, it won't be much. It'll be $1,000, and you'll be able to check an insane amount of markers because they don't go as deep as they need to. Do you know that my whole life was never diagnosed with this particular just this genetic disorder that I had, and I didn't find out. Nobody ever told me. And I found out a couple years ago in 2023 when I got a genetic methylation test done. Found out myself, and that's huge because it's something that significantly affects every other aspect of my life. And nobody ever came up with it. How could they have missed that so hard? You know what I'm saying? Like, and it explained away so much of stuff that I had been dealing with. But yeah, keep going outside and outside of just the doctors. My point is just don't rely on them because they don't. It's not that they don't have your best interest, and I'm not saying that you don't have good doctors. What I'm saying is I just think the medical system is fundamentally, it's compartmentalized, and they're all taught and trained to search within specific like parameters, and we're getting to the point with our technology that there are so many other things that we could test and check to understand how all the internet connected parts work. And because the medical system is compartmentalized, there's things that they might not ever check, and you're going to be sent to a bunch of specialists. But if you're not sent to that one particular specialist that would be able to diagnose this one issue, it's like a domino effect or something like that. So that's what I would do. I'm hopeful though, Edward, because fasting, that's huge. You did that, and that's wonderful. I think you're probably my non-medical idiot Google scholar quick knee jerk, and I feel this heavily intuitively that this might just be something. If you completed this recently, this 3 months fast.
Oh yeah. It's been like 5 months.
I feel like it hasn't been happening since you stopped.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like you depleted something. I feel like you went into you depleted something, and you weren't doing what you needed to be doing with. You reset something. But this is very interesting. Please keep me posted. I'm hopeful for you. Dad, and I'm gonna keep you in my prayers too. I'm gonna keep you in my prayers too. Yes. I think that the good thing that you have going for you is that you had how many weeks? 11. You had 11 weeks, 55 days of autophagy just happening within your body, just cleaning up rogue cells, rogue shit. You know, you could have moved so much stuff around. There could be so many different things going on right now. You could have moved, you know, like I'm talking about cleanses. You could have, I mean, you should have thought about taking binders, because if you started to move this autophagy is overworking, maybe heavy metals, right? Move to the blood-brain barrier because they talk about this. Dr. Pompa talks about this. I mean, yeah, there's so many things, but no, I'm hopeful for you. I think this is a good thing, and yeah. Keep your head up, Edward. I'm proud of you, and but I'm really excited for you, and I think that this is just a little bump. Don't get scared though.
Yeah, well, send it to my back channel. So, and I always tell people I'm prepared. Okay, so don't worry, I do have all my arrangements already prepared. So in the event that did occur, I'm okay, and I've had a beautiful life, guys. So don't take that. But I still have a lot of life to live. But I'm not. I know that no one gets out of life alive, so I'm not concerned about that. But I'm more just want to make sure that I'm okay. That's all. But thank you all for taking the time out to listen.
I'm writing you up a non-doctoral BEMA script right now. I'm sending it to your back channel.
Ema, I think this video is.
Bring up Anthony. So I want to say hello to Anthony.
I think this may show the stabbing at the very beginning.
Oh, Anthony, you guys, if you could, I just want to say hi to you.
I invited him. There was some.
Come on, Aunt. We need you up here. Back him up.
Matt, good to see you. Matt, good to see you, bro.
Oh, good to see everybody. Hey.
Hello. Good to see you.
Edward, did you get a new account? I don't even have you added. That's so strange.
No, for some reason, some of these rooms I go to, I got to do the same thing all over. Just add myself, and I have no idea why he's doing it, but it is what it is. The sad part about this Beaver and everyone else is that everything, and it's really sad, everything in America now is seen through the lenses of an ethnic group or racism or something. It's just really, really sad.
Yeah, I mean, because it generates clicks and money and attention.
What does that say about us, Beaver? You know, that's why I try to stay away from those clickbait rooms and all that stupid stuff, because it's just not going to help us long term. And unfortunately, we get a lot of people who have groupthink, even though they don't even know they're really not part of the group. Because in a group, everybody's still individual, and everybody in the group don't agree on the same foundation and go in the same direction. That's why groupthink don't work.
Yeah. Matt, I think in the very beginning, this actually may show, because I see the two blobs moving, like there's a sudden shift.
Were you talking to me?
Yeah, like.
So
maybe 10 seconds in.
Yeah, I mean, depends. what video you have, but some of them have cut it to right to that point, you know?
Yeah.
You can see like the movement. You can see like a left to right, then a right to left, and then from what I've seen, Carmelo exiting the tent backwards, you know?
Yeah. And then he takes off sprinting.
And we'll look at it one more time.
Edward, I put the links in the chat. You have to watch these guys' videos because so much of your health is dependent on your environment and your stress levels. Trust me, this guy has guided imagery techniques, very soothing voice. He's a master doctor, psychologist, and a lot of this is breathing. He has patients that come in that aren't even breathing.
Yeah, I understand, but you have to send it to my back channel because I can't copy and paste while I'm driving. So please.
Oh, I see. Okay, will do.
Beaver, did you watch the body cam video yet or no?
Yeah, I watched it. He starts to like kind of cry talk, and then he goes back to normal.
And did they release that? Did they release that on X or something?
Yeah, it's in a link up top.
Yeah, but yeah, my X account is doing that.
Yeah, it's hard to.
Yeah, I can't get on there.
I mean, none of this is like just superb quality or anything, but at least we have something visually to go by and kind of have an idea.
Yeah, it doesn't really change anything for me. You can't really tell the actual altercation, but it shows you like the setup and if it was really raining or if he had nowhere to go or he could have fled, all those factors.
Yeah, that is what changed for me. This whole idea of that the rain was interfering with anything that was going on, really. I mean, there's people under the tent, because obviously it's raining, anybody's going to go inside the tent, you know? But, like, there's a lot of people just walking around, and, I don't know, man. I think it's squashed a couple narratives for me, but I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Like you said, we can't see the actual incident, but I think the other stuff, I don't know, man. Like, being jumped is very questionable right now.
And it's a knife. I mean, that's a no-doubter.
Yeah, that's definitely a knife. There's no way around that. I mean, I don't know what else to say, people.
What do you think, Peter?
I was talking with ChatGPT about my success, and I cannot believe the place that I am in. And I was asking him that if I am truly, for example, among the top 1% of the clubhouse and politically commenting on these important issues. And he said, yes, it is actual. And I cannot believe because from the place that I come from, I have always been underestimated. And nobody have believed, and this is self-confidence. I'm not sure how to believe this. I mean, it is self-produced self-confidence. I'm not sure if it is how it is. I don't know how to put it in the correct way. Sorry.
Edward, I put it in your back channel. Just check your chat later when you have free time to watch that video. But it's a guided relaxation video, and it's so incredibly powerful. It's really based on cognitive science, brain science, and his name is Dr. Marty Rossman. And I have his CDs. They're incredible. I mean, so smart, and it really does improve health because stress, anxiety, your environment, what the kind of work you do, the emotions that people bring you, people lay a lot on your plate, And this guy, Dr. Marty Rossman, has methodologies and techniques to help you with your health, your overall health, all of it. Enjoy.
And this is a secret, Ross. Peter, what did you say? I was thinking if I am truly on this important decision, if this is real or not, because this is really important for me. I have been always underestimated during the like others. I'm not sure if I am really on this important decision. If that is, I'm not sure if that is real. So I took it as a real. Oh, very good. Thank you.
Beeman, does the videos change anything for you?
Not fundamentally. I didn't think that he was jumped by a bunch of people. That wasn't even the original narrative. Original narrative was that Austin, assaulted him, and he told him not to touch me, and so he defended himself. So no, doesn't change. Like there's nothing really that it changes. I would say that I am a little curious, and I think that what I would attribute it to is the big gaps, but it could be shock. There could be so many different things. Was his and trying to manage the epilepsy. As somebody who has cataplexy, I don't know if you guys know that about me, John. Fuck you, okay? But I have cataplexy, and basically, it's not epilepsy, but it's where if I allow myself to, because I had to learn how to control it. Like obviously I can't control it all the time, especially when severe stressful situations, but I work hard to try to control it. But it's basically where if I experience an extreme emotion, I get complete muscle paralysis, and I'll just melt right on the floor. Like I'll just pass out, boom, just like that. But I'm still conscious. I'm still aware. I can still hear things and see things if my eyes aren't, if I'm not yoked out by the attacker. It's not really strong, right? So I could still hear everything. I'm not passed out. I just don't have any type of muscle movement. Like I can't move. I'm just muscle paralysis. I don't know how to explain it. So anyway, point is I'm wondering if that was him trying to control and reel himself back in. Maybe a little bit of mixture of shock. But that was the thing that I think out of the whole videos, everything that I watched was the most interesting. I'm glad that I got confirmation that it wasn't, that he didn't fall outside of the back of the tent, because people were saying he fell out of the back of the tent. I didn't see that. I saw him stand up and go to the back of the tent. And then I saw, other people chase him. I saw that. I saw him fall at the bottom. That was accurate. I would have really just liked to see better. I'm trying to pull it up on a bigger screen because I don't want to watch it on my phone.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it in closer myself. I was going to ask you something. Oh, do you find that it was raining really hard? Remember, because it was torrential downpour. Do you still hold that line of thinking, Beeman, or no?
I never thought that it was raining really hard. I just knew that it was drizzling on and off. Like it was raining. And you could see that his shirt had water all on it. So, his sweatshirt.
Yeah, in the body cam, it wasn't like it was soaked, though, but there was raindrops on it. I got you on that.
and there are people walking around. I guess some of them had their little, those little, we call those plastic things they put over, on top of themselves or whatever, and all that kind of stuff. So
Like
yeah,
a poncho?
What? Yeah, there you go. That's what I was looking for. I'm not saying it wasn't raining, but I don't know if it was like that torrential downpour. Like even in the video, you would be able to see a little rain, little. In the video, you'd be able to see little sparkles of rain or whatever, but I didn't see any of that. But because the rain is pretty important, because that pushes everybody into tents and stuff, and that without the rain, you don't have a narrative like of yeah, I know people are going to say, what are you talking about? But like, why was he in the tent narrative? You know what I mean? So it's kind of interesting how that works out,
Well, I'm curious because that was actually something that I forgot to mention that I was not necessarily happy to see. I'm not happy to see any of it, but I wasn't certain if it was raining at that time or they were expecting it to rain or whatever. I heard that it was raining and then he was walking around trying to find a place, and that the rain was on and off. But you could clearly see that that it was raining. So.
Right. Yeah, I guess it's a matter of whether or not the timing of, like you said, when that rain was happening. Like, I'm surprised there's got to be video, like, 30 minutes before anybody showed up, or, like, there's got to be dead air space, like, because, why would they just have that one part and not, like, other dead air, on the front end and the back end even. I know people don't want to see that, but there's, you get a lot of clues on stuff, in terms of that weather. Because it was the rain that drove them in there, so there should be a downpour. And by the way, we did see Camelo in a video walking. I don't know if you guys saw that out of the tunnel. Have you guys seen that video? It wasn't raining then. It just wasn't raining then, from what I've seen. So if we're going by that narrative that he was put into a tent because of rain, he was casually walking to a tent. So I don't know what that's about, but I don't know if anybody else has seen that. Good on countdown. You're on my computer, just let you know. Hey, how you guys doing? Have you watched any of the videos yet or no? I did. I just watched it. All right. Let us know what you think. Is it reinforcing ideas or lessen them, or I don't know where you're at. It definitely looks like there was a tussle going on in there. And then obviously, he starts running away. So, I was always of the mindset that I felt that he should have at the most got manslaughter. I think he should have got something. I don't feel like stabbing somebody was worthy of based on what I've heard. But I felt murder was too much. You're a coon and a sellout. Yeah, look, yeah, I just, like I said, I just don't see it. Definitely not murder. I think something should have been done, but at the most manslaughter. So, but that video is too grainy. To see, exactly the magnitude of what warranted. I do believe he was scared. I do believe, that's why I think he's running. But like I said, it just not enough to really make a determination as to, the magnitude of what's going on. Not knowing what narratives you did in the past, which is fine. So you're gonna be scot-free. Have you seen the knife that's been put into evidence or not? Did you see that picture? Yeah,
I see what yeah,
Do you
with
still
the
consider
gaslighting. Huh?
do you consider it a knife or no?
Yeah, it's a knife. I mean, I'm not gonna say it's not a knife, but I mean, no, you know, it's but in all fairness, I mean, you know, like I still think it's foolhardy to think that he's walking around planning to kill somebody. You know, I mean, especially in Texas, kids walk around, you know, with knives and stuff like that. Don't mean that they, you know, had a plan on killing somebody. You know, so and like, I mean, you know, if it was just about getting a knife, you know.
Let me ask you, don't typically with this kind of knife, not that I have one of these right this minute, but don't you have to unfold it? Don't you have to?
It looks like it, yeah. I think you would have to. I mean, any kind of those utility knives, you have to unfold it. They don't start off like, you know,
Right.
the knife portion sticking out. So yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so I don't think I've seen that anywhere where it's like they've been told. All we've been told, at least from what I've heard, is they reached into a backpack, and I guess the knife was already out. He didn't unfold it. Does anybody know that at all or no?
That's a good point. I don't know. I don't know. You know, I don't know. You know, maybe somebody else could chime in, but you know, I mean, but but I mean, I kind of considered that, you know, but if he had his hand in his backpack already, and see, again, I still say what some people that I've talked to see as it being him like a challenge is the way I've been, you know, it's been presented to me, and he was challenging him. I see it as more of a threat of a warning, you know. So he could have you know pulled out that knife, you know, while it's in his bag, but pulled out the knife portion of you know while it was in his bag. He could have did that, and while he's telling him, hey, you know, touch me, you know, there's gonna be some consequences. So yeah.
That's interesting. I mean, I'm not saying that changes me one way or the other, but I have to think if the jury heard one way or the other, it might sway some of them because like opening a knife is a little bit more personal than just like I don't know grabbing a knife. I mean, I guess it's kind of the same. I don't know. I'm just trying to look around and see if there's anything else that we missed. You know?
Well, yeah. I mean, the thing is I mean, obviously he knows he has a knife. He is he is again what I said. I feel like he's warning the kid to keep his distance because he knows he has a knife, and that, you know, maybe if you say I have a knife, you still keep your distance. Don't touch me. You know, and sometimes when I'm having these conversations with people, you know, it's as simple as I guess just the words that are being used. You know, if he says I'm scared, don't come near me, or you know, or I guess if he lets Metcalf know that I have a knife, then somehow that makes it a more viable self defense, which I just don't understand it. You know, if he's telling him don't touch me, you know, touch me and see what happens. I mean, again, I guess just where I grew up, you know, I guess it could be a cultural thing. You know, it kind of goes back to the, you know, when the police officer shot that woman with the pot. You know, I mean, for a cultural thing, when someone says, "See what happens," they warning you. They are warning you not to do something. You know, but you know, I guess it's just people see things differently. So.
Is this the only video we have so far? Is this the only official video we have?
Yeah, there's only one documented video, and that's the one you're looking at. Yeah.
Well, this video doesn't give a lot of information. It just shows him running. It's heavily. It's not clear. Even none of the people there are visible. We just see a highlighted circle just showing him running. If he's scared, fleeing. If he's scared, but yeah, it seems that multiple people may have called him as well to come back, but he kept on running. So, but still, I think. Well, did they mention that there are other videos out there that they've not yet released, or this is the one that they released?
This is the only known video. So people are claiming they have videos, but of course anybody can claim anything until they show it. You know what I mean? I mean, there's someone out there. I believe one of the narratives is the girl has a video of Carmela being jumped. So I don't know. Like, there's all those people that will say those kind of things, but until there's an actual video produced, that's just hearsay or whatever, you know.
It shows the moment. Someone said it shows the moment of the stabbing, but can we see that
Well,
clearly? I don't.
Do you see the shoving going on in there at least at most? Or
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna. I can't see this video as a sense of I can see every single thing clearly. Maybe I'd look at it with a magnifying glass or enhance it with AI to have HD quality. But people may view this video in different shapes or form. So, but maybe I have to take my time to look at the video again in multiple ways. But from first glance, this is 240, if not 140 HP quality, and it doesn't really.
So,
just
I'm just going through about a week's worth of narratives that were told to me in various rooms, and one of them was that the tents were down, right? So there was no tents there was only one tent.
Yeah.
That's the reason why Camelo went to that. That's clearly false. We all can see that there's a bunch of tents with people underneath them, right? So I'm just going backwards, trying to recollect all the things I heard from people on this app that are turning out to be quite false. So if those start to add up, then I gotta start questioning other things that happen inside that tent. Okay, so that's where I'm at right now. Until there's something else that shows different, I gotta get down that road.
I strongly believe there's a video out there because people have a very quick reflex to record incidents or situations that happen on a daily basis. So I feel like there's one video out there that is not released to the public yet that would clarify a lot of things that what people have speculated, assumed, suggested, whatever. So until we get that,
is that just a private citizen or is that somebody involved in this?
Maybe a bystander.
It's on the internet right now and release it. There's nothing stopping them,
I don't know. Sometimes they always, I think, to prevent public, correct me if I know the courts, particular courts don't like releasing videos for people's protection, identity, etc. Maybe there's gag orders, I don't know, all these kind of things, right? So they might not want to have the whole thing displayed. They want to just let the audience or the public see what they want them to see for now or what has been approved to see for now. So once we get more clear imagery, and people were saying the testimonies that people gave were kind of all over the place. So again, if it's not on camera, there's a saying: if it's not on camera, it doesn't exist. And depending on angle, so but again, it's still an unfortunate situation. But I don't know, this video.
All I'm saying so far right now is everybody can keep their narrative of what happened inside the tent. You're lucky that you guys get to keep that. But there wasn't a clear video of that. But all the other narratives so far have been completely debunked, and people can go ahead and try to tell me how it's not the case. I don't think anybody here on the stage has said anything to those narratives, so you guys are all clear so far. Things like obviously that we don't know officially about the ring part of things, but we're working through that. But there's another video. I don't know if you saw Lucky of him just walking. It doesn't look like there's any rain at the moment. He's just walking to the tent. And so that's where I'm going. That's where I'm going with that one. And then the ninth one is, I'm sorry, that one's crossed off the list for me officially.
Matt,
and
I got a quick question for Edward. I'm wondering if these videos change personal responsibility and accountability at all.
So Matt, what do you think about if you watch the video and if you get a bigger screen and you could zoom in, right? I tried to follow from where he comes up from the top of the tent, and I try to reverse, slowly what is it called? Reverse, right? Or what is it called? What is it? Rewind. Jeez. Rewind. Damn. I tried to slowly rewind until I could try to figure out where he was positioned under the tent, right? But what I'm seeing is he was surrounded. It does look like he was surrounded. It looks like there was, because you could see Austin collapse. You could see where Carmelo was standing, and then how he goes up to the top of the tent, and then you also see Austin just collapse over.
So I'm opening it now, and for some reason it is a little bit clearer. Now that you mentioned that, that's really interesting. Because the smaller it gets that smudge. You know what I mean? So when it's with it open, you're saying so inside the tent is the claim that he's surrounded because it's inside the tent. It's not so much surrounded, say like there's people behind him in the sense of like, you know, like that he couldn't get out. Let's put it that way. And that's fine. Maybe I could split it down the middle. We'll see here. Because clearly he was able to get out of the tent, right, Bima? Like we see that he's exiting the tent pretty good. Like there's nobody stopping him from leaving the tent, right?
Right. Yeah. What I understand though is that he had to go backwards. So remember, he's sitting, and we're gonna assume that he's sitting facing us. So if you're sitting and you're facing us, right? Because that, I mean, well, I think that that's safe to say he was facing us while we're looking at the video, right? And then we see their backs to him. It doesn't look like it's just one person near Austin as Austin collapses. I could see 3 bodies.
Do we have a head count of everybody else in the tent? Did they say how many people were in the tent? Besides who was surrounded or whatever, do we know how many people in total were in that tent?
I don't think they ever came up with a number that I'm aware of. Unless somebody has it in the court transcript, I don't know. But is it just...
Ultimately, it's not going to change anything for me, but I think that it's interesting because I really would like to figure out, but do that. Rewind it from once he goes to the top of the tent, and so then rewind it and then see where he is under the tent, and then watch it again slowly, and then watch Austin fall over because you could see him collapse, and he's clearly not by himself.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that right now. I've been doing it a little bit already. So, but I was wondering, is it just me or did it seem weird that all of a sudden Carmelo disappeared up there on the top at first? Was that just me? Like I thought maybe it was like AI at first. It was because he just appeared really quickly up top.
Yeah,
anybody else have that same feeling or no?
Yeah, that's why I'm saying this video is.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's
I'm not
hard
saying it's
to
AI,
decipher.
but I got a little suspicious. I'm like, what the? Why did all of a sudden did he just like shoot up like that quickly? You know what I mean? Like this.
So some people are saying that he's at the bottom in a white T-shirt, getting something out of his bag, and then he goes out of frame. But that can't be him.
No, he's in a gray T-shirt.
Yeah, he immediately up top comes out right after that other dude walks out of frame, so that can't be him.
Okay, wait a minute. So you said Austin fell forward, right, Bima? But so when everybody splits here,
It doesn't look like he fell forward. It looks like he fell to the left. Watch, it looks like he falls to the left. He collapses to the left.
Okay, I think I got it here. I think I know who it is. They should have like circled who Metcalf is. You know what I mean? Like they did with Carmelo with that highlight thing, you know?
Right.
Let's see here, if I see the person. Well, no, that person's still walking. They're fine. Unless he staggered, you know, like. And there's another one. He's too far down. He's falling down forward. I don't know where this is that you're looking at. Let me just look around.
So as far as I remember, it's still like 2 people are tossing him, but at the same time he gets up and he just walks away. And that's when he starts to run basically. Again, this thing is the quality is terrible. Because people may even make assumptions from this video because it's not fully clear. So, yeah.
I can't find his body, but that's just me. I'll keep looking.
I mean, it doesn't seem to really show there's any kind of like brawl or. There were people that were saying, like as of like a week ago, that they have this other video that they've seen and it shows, you know, there was no doubt he was getting jumped, but I don't see any of that shit. I've only been able to look at it briefly for a couple of the videos.
Right.
I didn't really see anything.
I think it's fair to say, like, okay, there's other people nearby, and, you know, we're watching, but this whole narrative of being jumped is completely debunked in this video, because being jumped is, like, literally other people jumping in and kicking and fighting the person. This is not what's happening, so there needs to be another word for it.
Yeah, there's no, it did not, well, plus, did we have the witnesses? They said that, it wasn't us, or excuse me, Carmelo Anthony, did he say, call them like pussy or something like that? I think, was it more than once he had said, like, I'm not going to fight you at a track meet, bro. And, you know, it didn't appear Austin Metcalf was trying to escalate to that.
I need to get that. I've heard that. Supposedly it's in the transcript. I need to find that transcript. But yeah, he's like, I don't want to fight you on this at this meet or whatever, at this track.
You know, I listened to the black people. I was in another room earlier, and look, I get it. The whole black solidarity thing, but I mean, I'm fucking sorry. With all of the witness testimony, all the people that were there, if this happened at a track meet in nearly all of the country, where you end up stabbing somebody in the fucking chest like that, you're going to go to court for, at a minimum, for manslaughter, probably murder, and you're going to. I don't see how you get off. You can say that the sentence was harsh. Okay, it's Texas, fine, but people that are trying to make this out as like he was found guilty because it's a race issue. That is bullshit. If these were both white kids or both black kids, it doesn't matter. Like you cannot do that in the schools and think you're not going to go to prison. That's fucking stupid.
And by the way, I'm pretty sure there's a black jurors. They still would have had the same outcome. It's just kind of silly, And by the way, like I said before, if you disagree a little bit before Pepe, but they should have at least gone hard on the child case. That's a better shot. Like if they spent all those hours on the child case trying to get that all sorted out on Clubhouse, then maybe there's something room there. But this to me, this case is it's just not what it is. I'm sorry, guys. It's just not what it is. So, I mean, let's do another video. I don't see these other narratives that I've been told the last 2 weeks have really played out yet. So maybe I'll see something here. I don't know.
Well, we have the fucking transcripts. Okay, we have what the people saw there. We see this fucking video, what little you can see. It pretty much writes off any of the fucking conspiracy theories or made up bullshit that we were having to listen to. That these black warriors on this app, swore must be fucking true. And let's just face it, these people, like O.J. Simpson, they are willing to find him. They don't want to see him as guilty. I don't know if part of it is because they don't want to see a black man get in trouble, or part of it is because they personally just want the win. They just want it's in their way. It's a way to stick something up white people's ass and say, look, yeah, we got one of your white boys, but guess what? That fucker deserved it. In fact, he started it. It's his fucking problem. I mean, that's what I'm basically getting. And then I don't know. Was it? It's just so fine. Maybe Emmett Till fucking deserved it. Maybe he should have kept this, but he knew what he was doing by whistling at a white woman. Fuck that little ape. I mean, we can all play these fucking games.
That was a lie, bro. That was a lie. He was looking like. So I mean, that was something that made up. But
I don't know why it happened, but it's just.
You know why it happened.
I never looked into that story.
But Kevin, can you see from a white person's perspective a little bit that if these narratives are told like they are, it makes other stories that have been told in other times, it's always mentioned in this app. We can only take it on face value so much. You know what I mean? It doesn't help. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I mean, again, I don't see how that the video is too grainy. I mean, you can tell that they cut out a portion of the video because, like you said, he just kind of pops out, so they cut some of it out. It's too grainy. I'm surprised that none of these kids have recorded the video. It's clear that there is a push going on. It's a lot more than just a push. Okay, it's clear that there's something going on, but it's too grainy to tell exactly what's going on. I think really people are hung up on the wording, and like we talked about in the past. I mean, I think I was in this room when I said, set the precedent again in a court of public opinion, where all a person has to do is say, I was afraid for my life. And it doesn't matter what situations that they voluntarily put themselves in, as long as they say they were afraid for their life, and that's all that matters. George Zimmerman, go ahead.
Oh no, I was gonna say that's fine. We can have an honest debate exactly what happened, the little inner part there.
Like what?
What do you mean?
Like what? Like what?
No, I mean, it's like, okay, well, it's not a knife. Like, clearly it's a knife, right? I mean, like, all of these things are like,
But why? Okay, but because the original argument was that he set out to kill Austin Metcalf. That's why he got the knife. You know, and it looks like it's a knife that is not just used to be a knife. It's a multi-purpose tool. You can use for multiple things.
well,
Not so.
keep in mind, at first it was a clean cleaner thing. Remember that one? Or I don't know.
Yeah, I do remember some people saying that.
So there's a lot of this, like, this kind of like, progression to the facts, or at least to the point where we can at least debate it fairly. Because there's a lot of stuff that's just like, it's really annoying. At least for me, it's really annoying. Like it wouldn't be as annoying if people were so serious. Like if you want to do this video, like it's really bad. Okay, yeah. But we got girls coming in and go, no, it's a clean cleaner. No, you're lying. Fuck you. You know how many times we have people yelling and screaming at people on this app over that?
Yeah. I mean, I understand that.
One of the best things I've done is keep everything is complete assumptions. But let me ask you a question. From this video, right? What are things you've heard online that this video has corrected for you personally? Like you said, people said this, but it's actually based on what this video has said. Like, what is your like synopsis? Like, what is it going to tell you? Like anybody's kind of.
Wait, what's your question?
My question is like, I think before you were saying people said this before this video came out, when the video came out, it clearly shows this. Like, what are the things that
Yeah.
that like this video has together?
Well, are you referring to the other videos supposedly that are out there? Is that what you're asking?
No. Like those people on Clubhouse said ABC, but this video has reviewed something completely different.
Well, there was people. I'm the one who said that people were saying that there's some unreleased video that somebody had access to. It's amazing that they can never actually forward it to each other, but where it would be clear as day in the video that he was getting like physically attacked in a way that like he was clearly getting jumped, and there's a bunch of people gaining on him, up on him, and okay, we just saw the video. I mean, I saw minimal movement, and it was clustered around what looked like where 2 or 3 people, and then like it seemed to only last for a second or two, and then all of a sudden you see Carmelo Anthony run out of the tent. I didn't see. There was no proof of like, oh yeah, he was getting jumped. Which, by the way, there was many iterations of this. We were told that Austin Metcalf had beat his ass at a party the week before. That there was all kinds of shit happening. All of it was fake.
Yeah, that's the whole point. So love you asked. So far my running count is, so even things like there was only one kid that was left. So like the reason why it was that's it. It's just that all that's the scenario. There's only one kid prevention rate, which is very questionable in my mind right now too. So that's one thing right there. Like clearly there's 4 or 5. There's like 3 kids in the video, 4, with like tons of people underneath each one, by the way. And then of course the knife one, and what's that?
You see one. I didn't see one.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say, but I mean, again, even from the other side, first it was he was intentionally setting out to kill somebody that day. Then it was he had no business being there. We know that wasn't true. That he actually one of his friends, this Eddie Parra kid, invited him over and they talked for a few minutes. Now, you know, even like what Pepe is saying, oh, but the witness testimony, those are all Metcalf's friends and teammates. I mean, I don't understand. Like,
no, there were kids from the others. No, there were other kids. I believe there was people that were from his school that were right there, that I guess had witnessed it. It was not only people from his high school.
People from his school. So you're telling me that because I was this is information to me. I thought he was the only person that was not supposed to be under that tent. Now you're saying that there was more people under that tent that was from his school.
No, they were around to. No, they could like witness it. I don't know. There's around.
Okay. Well, I mean, the point is that we know that this Eddie Power kid did invite him over. They were talking. can literally see in this the video that's been posted that there is a point where it's cut out. There is definitely a lapse in this video. Okay, I mean, why is that? I mean, you're talking about really like 2 or 3 seconds. Why did they cut those 2 or 3 seconds out? What happened in that 2 or 3 seconds where you do see a little bit of a skirmish, a little pushing? I don't know what's going on. It's too grainy. But then the next thing you know, you see Carmelo popped out. What happened in between that? Why is that cut out?
So wait a minute. So this is well, okay. I don't know. Maybe it is cut out, but just so I don't just because you asked that question originally. By the way, people who jump somebody don't go running either. By the way, like that, they don't scatter. Like they would just be like kicking and fucking him up, even with him being stabbed. Probably they probably would actually make him even angrier if they saw him get stabbed. So there's the jumping part. That's the other part. Countdown. I don't know if I took that on. Yeah, everybody was going ballistic. Exactly. By the way, your mouse up. Your mouse is getting fucking. Your mouse, by the way, is going fucking really extra stuff like that. So, so I just think countdown that he was more surrounded than jumped, and surrounded very lightly too. I mean, obviously people are watching, and he was able to clearly exit the tent without any problems. Nobody shoved him back in so they could continue to beat him up. So that's one of the narratives that clearly were being passed around this whole area. Maybe you disagree. Everybody can fight back and tell me where I'm wrong, but so I think right now they're on the hook or not on the hook, but all they have saving them is the actual event itself, like the actual push, blood, and all that self defense. Like that's all that's left. For me, I mean, like I'll get pushed back to my own, I'm sure, but I'm just showing that like this is kind of interesting to hear that the narratives are kind of a little bit weak, in my opinion.
I'm looking at, so you don't see in the video that where the tent is, and then after the tent, it's like almost like the video resets itself, where the tent is like maybe a little bit lower. You don't see that?
Let me look again, because by the way, it's funny you mentioned the tent thing. I'm looking at a still picture in the videos. You know how the videos they have the beginning picture, and then like there's people that just have a picture of the tent. The way the video angles it, the tent is so different looking. I don't know if that's what you're looking at too, by the way. Countdown, is that what you're talking about?
No, I'm looking at the video right now. You can literally see this is 2 different videos. This is 2 different, maybe from 2 different cameras. I don't know, but it's 2 different videos.
Yeah, because the picture has the tent right up against the railing. You see that railing, right, in the video?
Yeah.
In front? Like the picture has the tent all the way up against the railing. But in the video, it doesn't the tent look like it's up in the bleacher area or something?
Yeah, and then like after a while the tent kind of like drops. You know, it's definitely not a continuous video. It's not a continuous video.
It looks like you have 2 different cameras from different vantage points. Because one looks like it was positioned higher. It's like one looked like it was closer in line with the tent. One was further away.
By the way,
I mean, like I said, it still looks like it would be too grainy to see exactly what was going on under that tent. It's too grainy.
But what I don't get though is then why there's zero evidence to point towards Carmelo Anthony, needed to stab him to save his life. Like there's no evidence. We don't see the video evidence of that. We don't see witness testimony of that. But for whatever reason, there are people that are just dead fucking set on maintaining that he's innocent. And I just don't fucking get it. Like it is so weird.
Yeah.
Like this is not the hill to die on. Okay, out of all the black people that live in the U.S., why would you stick to one that I don't know? It appears like you just kind of committed murder. I mean, I don't know what else to say.
The boy is innocent.
Well, again, I think it's because the precedent that has been set in the past that says that as long as you feel scared, you know, you're
like I said, I think it was at least amongst these people. It seems like there's the letter of the law or the spirit of the law, and it depends on what side you fall on or who you're pulling for. You know, I mean,
But there was a case that was less black and white in Arizona. It happened several years ago. He ended up getting prison time. I think he got manslaughter, not murder, but he was getting attacked by three college boys, and this was like a full on. They were trying to beat the shit out of him, and then he pulled out a handgun and killed one of them. And this was a college student, so a little bit older. But he even still, and of course we are a stand your ground state. We have all of that stuff in Arizona. He still got found guilty, at least for manslaughter. And I would say that here in my state, if you're at a track meet and a boy pushes you, pushing is common amongst boys, very common. I've been pushed. I've been pushed. I didn't react by stabbing or shooting anything ever. Um, Now, unfortunately, with high school age kids, that's just a common behavior. Yeah, you should keep your hands to yourself. I get it. You shouldn't steal bikes, but I can't stab you in the fucking chest for stealing my bike either. So this whole like keep your hands to yourself, well, it's kind of iffy. You can't just punch a knife in someone's chest. But no, what he did, that kid, if that happened to my high school kid, two white boys, that would be so common if that happened in a suburban, predominantly white school. They would have thrown the fucking book at the kid.
Sorry, there's a video that was released a couple minutes ago by Fox that is much clearer, like a little much clearer with like them entering the track. It's a 10-minute video, multiple takes. I'll put the link in the chat. This one seems a bit clearer. It shows when he enters, it shows the point of when Cabello enters the tent. He walked past two tents. One that says LL, I don't know, then he goes straight to what you want to call it, the yellow tent on the other team. I don't know, but I'll check that.
That's the part I wanted. When he came out, he was just scrolling. I already saw that video of the fucking mission there where he's walking.
This one from Fox.
And he's just scrolling. There. It's not like it's not like it's raining hard in my opinion. It's not raining hard. It's just scrolling to the 10. And maybe someone waved him up to the 10 or whatever. I don't know about that. We'll find out.
The link in the chat.
Your video might have that. I don't know, but
It's just
yeah, on the chat. But he's just scrolling to the 10. I don't know what's going on.
In real life, person is vicinity is close. Before a person is within, I'd say, arm's length, if they give out the slightest implication of any threat, even the average person, heart rate gonna spike. You're gonna start thinking with a glass half empty mentality in terms of physical confrontation, outcome scenario. So the idea that y'all keep trying to suggest that he was under absolutely no duress to resort to stabbing someone. No. Just go to a Chick-fil-A and have a couple disagreements about how you want your order, and take a step back and look at the different biological maybe.
But I would kind of agree with you, but the fact that it happened in track meet is where I'm sorry, just like how a push in school, which is where I would get pushed. When I was in high school, if you pushed me outside of school, I really punch you. It'd be sucker punch, one of the things, because you I knew for a fact that you were doing that. That wasn't just like trying to bully me. That was a test. And then so what I'm gonna do is, you want to see, you're trying to see whether or not you can try to dominate. All right, cool. Now I'll go ahead and start railing on you. See, and you'll then realize you failed the test. But at school, yeah, there's always like the big jocks and stuff that would like walk, bigger than all of us. They'd be like, look, or they fucking push you, shove you. Yeah, stupid shit. Right? Gym class, that's where they, a lot of these guys were gonna be the biggest bullies. I remember, like when you were changing into your gym shorts, like one of the things some of the football players would do is grab one of the smaller guys from behind and act like they were humping them, like with their waists. It's kind of like, I guess nobody likes that happening to them, but that's what they would do. They were just like, they're just being assholes, teenage boys. He deserves to be taken cock. But it was like that was the type of like horseplay and bullshit you had to put up with. Now I was playing something and one of those kids snapped and punched one of those motherfuckers for doing that. Yeah, you shouldn't have touched them. But now even then, that's not like it's not an environment where you generally have to stab somebody. Even if I was gonna get somebody was gonna start a fight with me and I knew it was gonna lead to a conflict, which I doubt Carmelo Anthony did. It appears more or less that he was trying to assert his dominance and make a stand. I'm not afraid of you.
Did you see the video today?
Broken up way too quickly. Because there's so many parents.
Pepe, did you see the video released today, a few hours ago?
Yeah.
That was your basing this off of?
Just the stab.
No, not just that. Off of the witness testimony in particular.
You think he's innocent or guilty? I just came in here.
I mean, he's obviously, from all of the information we have so far, especially from the trial, yeah, he's guilty. It's not really important.
Clearly. Who disagrees with you?
I'm scared of my life. I'm scared when I'm around black people. I really am.
That's a you problem, though. Not all black people are the same.
Do you see what I mean? I can't get a reaction. Why do I get a reaction when I say that? I just say the obvious.
What I said was the obvious. Not all black people are the same. Do you think all black people are the same?
You know one thing about you trolls, when y'all come in this room, I just look at the syncrecy. Like
Syncrecy or synchronicity?
Bitch, you get what I'm saying.
You a fake smart nigga.
Look at that video.
You don't even know what the fuck you talking about.
Look at that video, the Fox News video. It definitely looked like that was more than a push. It maybe like a pull, maybe he grabbed his
But he definitely was about to get jumped, though. Let's be honest.
Nah, I mean, I don't know.
No, be honest. Listen to your hesitation.
I don't think. No, I agree. I don't think it was about he was getting jumped.
That's their whole defense, though. That's their whole defense. Why he did tonight because he thought he was gonna get jumped.
You're right, Pepe, but at the same time, bro, Warren Metcalf had to approach with a threatening demeanor to warrant that kind of shot. And one of the staff has, but it wasn't that deep into his
No matter. You can feel with a shallow cut. You cut a vein.
Sir, my point and premise is that spontaneously from his position, Pepe. Now mind you, Carmelo's a stringy, kind of skinny muscle guy. Metcalf is the opposite. He's your meaty, kind of brawly, kind of, working out football kind of kid. The boy got some meat on his bones. That's not an easy stat.
He had 30 pounds on Carmelo. 30 pounds.
Oh, sir, 30. Oh my gosh, troll. I said troll, y'all. Anyway, Pepe.
Look up their weights. It's online. There's a 30-pound difference. It's not that
okay,
easy.
30, you reiterate sir, 20 pounds from at an adolescent age like that, where your genetics become expressed in a real prominent way. That's that age range where your genetics.
You ain't never played sports, nigga. You ain't never played sports.
30 pounds is a big.
You ain't never played sports. It's not enough to be like, I think he's gonna kill me, so I need to kill him.
Now my point,
190 and 220 is a difference, but it's not like it's, oh my god, I think he can kill me with his fists.
Metcalf had to approach that boy with a threatening demeanor that was adamant and vehement. It was, he obviously approached him with a demeanor that was not showing any kind of exit point to escape the aggression.
Did you see the video today?
I feel like you can speak to that, Pepe. If you're truly unbiased,
I didn't see the video today, bro. You wouldn't say that if you saw the video today. Look at the video that came out 3 hours ago.
I'm watching the new video from Fox, but I'll say this: everybody here can will vouch for me. I'm obviously a pretty biased person when it comes to being more pro-white, but that were coming out. They kept the investigation under wraps really well. No videos had been out. None of the victims seemed to be, or the witnesses seemed to be speaking out to the media. So I don't know, dude. We'll have to see what happens. And then, you know, when it was the witness testimony in particular that was getting released every day, it was like, okay, all right, well, they're kind of painting one picture, and it appeared as though he even said, "I'm not going to fight you at a trafficking world." You know, shoving somebody is for. Everybody seemed to appear.
You can see in the video he is more than several.
Hey, H, that tent that he was in, where was it located on the field? Was it on the bleachers, under the bleachers, or on the field? Multiple choice. He don't know. He don't know because he didn't watch the video. So if you haven't watched the video that has clear evidence, how the fuck are you speaking on this?
I'm listening.
Nah, bro, this nigga's just talking out of his ass. The video released today shows clear and obvious evidence it was not self-defense. Clear. Go watch the video from 3 hours ago. If you haven't seen that video, you're talking out of your ass. You're talking off old information. You're using old information. Go look at the new shit that just released. It's obvious. It's not fuck decorum, nigga. It's about truth. It's about truth, nigga. And you over here speaking shit that's 2 weeks old. Go look at the new shit, nigga. And you wouldn't be saying what you're saying. You would not be saying what you're saying. It's literally on video now. It wasn't on video this whole time until today. Now it is, and now it's obvious. Go look it up, bitch. Fucking stupid ass nigga talking dumb shit. You don't even know what the fuck you're talking about, nigga. I'm tired of these dumb niggas making every other nigga look dumb.
Now listen, sir.
Get your facts straight, bitch.
Unless
Get them straight before you talk, nigga.
Unless you
Get your fucking facts straight, nigga.
unless
I'm tired of you niggas. I'm tired of you dumb niggas. Get out and yell, nigga. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck, nigga. I'm gonna do that right. You dumb niggas don't hear about he stabbed somebody and he's innocent. He didn't fucking kill somebody.
Hold on, sir. Sir. Because you have
No,
a
hey, no, calm down.
you have a southern twang about
First of all,
your
you
voice.
can say that shit.
You sound like you
If you
might
a
be
faggot, you
down
need to shut the
south.
fuck up while real men are talking.
If you were
He
Houston,
stabbed somebody, it's on
I
video,
dare you.
he wasn't getting jumped, it wasn't self-defense, he made a fucked up move, and he needs consequences. Fuck you, it's not just about race. It's about right and wrong. And you're a dumbass nigga saying that wrong is right. And I'm tired of it, nigga. And I'm calling everybody out. Everybody that says wrong is right. I'm calling you out.
Oh,
And
no,
I'm
he was
speaking
a
better
troll,
than you.
dog.
And my voice
Did
is
I not
louder
say
than
he
you.
was a
And you
troll?
can't speak better than me. So you can't overtalk me, nigga. So I can talk me, nigga. My voice is more powerful. Truth is more powerful, nigga. So fuck you stupid ass niggas.
I just
Oh,
watched
no,
the
he
video.
was
Hold on a second. I just got home. I just got home and I watched it on my 16-inch MacBook. I completely zoomed in on the screen. I rewatched it several times in the 226 parts. Now, what I see, I see two individuals. What I see pushing motion, you see two bodies rock forward, and you see another one less so rock back. And that did, and it is right at that section. That is where you see Carmelo Anthony run out. I did not see, and I'm very zoomed in. Those are the only two bodies that you see moving.
Do you feel like it's fair to say, and I apologize for interrupting you, you feel like it's a little fair to say it's a little preemptive to be definitive until there's been like further high level analytical processes done on the police, just for validity sake?
Well, well, this footage was released Friday.
Right away. So there you go.
They had all of those people in the jury. I mean, in the trial.
I'm just, hey, I don't claim to know everything. I'm just saying, if we're gonna go by your premise, we want to make sure everything's dotted, all I's dotted, T's crossed. That's it.
Wait, let's just be clear. Whatever your name is. Are you saying that he was jumped or no?
I haven't seen the footage yet, so I'm looking into that for issue.
So most likely you're gonna tighten up your narrative. I don't know if but the city probably has some of that I think they'll have on staff. You're gonna go with the whole like who's to blame for the part about the actual stabbing itself. All the other narratives you probably gonna have to ditch. Just like this is ridiculous, some of the stuff that was told to us the last 2 weeks.
is that real or no? I know that's a pretty simple thing that probably can be looked up. Okay, I think Mike's been on this since day one, so if that's the case, like, I don't know about you all, but like, I'm not a huge fan of like rifle high school folks hanging out in my tent and all that kind of stuff. So I get where this, I kind of get why Metcalf had a reason, like, you know, so you get the hell out. So I would have done the same thing. So there you go.
I mean, that's very understandable. And I think any serious, respectable opinion, it's going to be charitable if you're willing to concede like obvious, intersections, right? And that's one of them I can concede there. You know, that's kind of more principle of finesse. You do that right.
Yeah, it's like that could be like a form of troll. Here I am, I'm just walking through the kid. Like, you know, like you guys think really about it. We're just playing out like how everybody really thinks. I mean, we're supposed to think, I know this is gonna sound bad or whatever, that Carmelo's some innocent kid that wouldn't be up to anything bad. I mean, we're literally supposed to say that, you know what I mean? But we don't, you gotta put everybody's perspective. If Carmelo's a bully, then maybe or Metcalf's a bully, then Carmelo could be a troll. Like, why can't we play this whole game of like good and bad, you know?
I mean,
Yeah, I mean, I just think that's a lot to swallow because where's the troll behavior? I mean, we have to take into consideration now. We're saying he's trolling, and he was trying to set this whole thing up, you know, which was initially what was the argument that I heard. Um,
Well,
you know, that he basically knew.
Count down
What?
what I just said about all or no?
Yeah, about Carmelo being a troll. If
Before that, that's why you probably got wondering this. But
if Metcalf is a bully.
No. Even before that, I think you started winning. So I talked to being, that's all good. Because I just want to make sure that you're on. Everybody understands that anyways. But that he was a high school rival, sitting in their tent. Do you agree with that or not? That's what I was asking.
I do. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know, you know, I mean, obviously they're competing teams. I don't know if they're like, you know, if they had like that kind of history or whatever. I have no idea. You know, but what I do know is, well, obviously I know, but from what I've heard is that he was there because he was there talking to a friend. Now, obviously that friend, Eddie Carr, I would like to see these pictures that was presented saying, you know, because apparently they've taken a lot of pictures together, you know, and Eddie Carter backed off of it and said, oh, we're just, you know, I don't even know him like that. Man, you don't take pictures, you know, like I'm talking, like, come on, bro. Like, so I don't know, bro. You know, one thing I will say, because earlier, I think I was, you know, we were going to have this conversation. Pepe brought up OJ, and I really want to hear. It's not right now. I don't want to derail this conversation, but at some point, Pepe, you and I are going to have this conversation about OJ because I'm just dumbfounded.
Well, me and remember we went on that one night that we were 2 hours on this going through OJ.
Yeah, I do remember. Yeah, I was there. I'm the OJ aficionado. So.
I know you are. We'll do part two on this. We were doing a pretty good back and forth on that. Okay, so this is the deal. Like, to me, like, all that's left for the most part is like what happened in that tent. And all the other stuff, to me, is just really flawed. Like all the other stuff is flawed to me. So I don't know. It's still like up in the air in that way. But I'm just saying, like, for the rest of this, I don't see all these other things that have been mentioned. You know, like it's not a night. There's only one tent. All the other tents were laid flat. I heard that one. These are all arguments made against me. So the tent was laid flat, and there was only one tent left for everybody to shove themselves into. You know. I probably should go get my own list because I had a room on this. Just going over what everybody's been saying, the narrative is. Oh, he fell on the knife. Does anybody look like he fell on the knife in that video? I mean, I'll go look at it again, but I'll go
get my list. I had a room on that just dedicated to these narratives. It's kind of funny.
Now, one thing I can say is this, but don't work Carmelo like had a social life that comes to an end, in my opinion, kind of leaning towards that progressive alt-right or alt-left work. Almost humorous kind of crowd he would strike me as the type of nigga.
Carmelo, you're speaking of?
Hello. He don't really strike me as the cool type of nigga. To get my nigga. And see that to me worked against him because
He would not let us.
and you could tell. And see now this you can tell. And see now this works a couple different ways, but at this point, being honest, and obviously I'm a supporter of Melo. I can't and then his choice of who he affiliated with, man, in terms of like big name black pundits. I thought, yeah, he's a part of that crowd that again, when he fucked up. See, they destroyed themselves before this trial. They fucked up when Metcalf's dad came on that investigation into olive branch. Just, I mean, and took the ring. I consider myself like extremist and have a lot of disdain for whites, but I don't just go out of my way to disrespect. And I just say, man, that's very distasteful. It's one thing when you mistreated, but to go out of your way purposely, seeking to elevate first offense, high profile case, a lot of political backlash and base. Give it a couple years, it'll blow over. Nobody be talking about this anymore. They'll let him out.
You mean before the 17 years?
I think so.
Whatever happened to you to sit the governor? What happened to you to sentence?
I think he can get out early.
How?
If his family shuts the fuck up. I'll say that.
They would have to actually change the sexual sentence.
I think, like I said, this is a political case. It's like that Chelsea building case. More political than anything. Let this shit blow over. The Anthony family can just shut the fuck up. Stop it. Like, real quick, did you hear that maybe this has always been the case, I understand when you order a minute, but that he shot the guy before he got attacked? Is that true? Or I thought it was the other way around sometimes, but maybe.
I thought it was the other way. I thought the guy came up on him and attacked him, then he shot him. But I don't know. Maybe something new came out, but I didn't see.
I just saw something like, I don't know, 3 days ago. I just didn't have a chance to really follow up on it. It's probably all bullshit for all we know, but you know, just how that shit starts. But maybe it's true. Maybe he decided to get ahead of it and shot the guy coming toward him. That'd be crazy.
I think I saw that he was denied bail. They
Yeah,
ruled on it
I'm
early.
not yet. I mean, that would change things a little bit for me. Obviously, I would believe in like just shooting somebody again. Like I'd be a hypocrite a little bit, like you know. Compared to that to Cabello, if that was the case, it's like all similar, man. Like you just can't be shooting people, you know what I mean? Without reason. So.
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm back. What I miss?
I mean,
Hey.
by the way, real quick, did anybody, has there ever been a big room on, I think there was like one room I heard on the case, like just where they kind of did all the same things they're doing for that case. Have you seen a room on that at all or no? I think I saw one once, but
Yeah, I was hanging out in some rooms with John.
not like it was dedicated to that case. Like, 'cause like people always like they'll introduce that during the Carmelo stuff, you know, as a topic. But
Oh yeah, it was focused.
okay,
Yeah. Yeah.
all right.
That was a big
If I was on, if I had been listening, that was one of the most, like, that, you want to get Whitey involved in some sense, you know, yeah, like, it's an Asian community, you know.
Yeah, that's a egregious one.
You can really make a mockery of anybody being around that, you know, be within reason, you know.
once he initiated aggression, he said, "I'm no longer reciprocating rights with you." So now it's defender's choice.
Maybe I'm wrong, but I think most rights are reciprocal. I think is the opposite. I don't know. I don't know that, but you know, this is a different value. Assault and battery. What we end up doing what's more expression here.
No, I would prefer not that not at all.
Okay.
Obviously, he should have what he should have done. What would be what I would continue, right? These are all the hindsight of evil gremlins an entire lifetime before you. So of course I'm going to have a lot more insight. I'm going to say, if ever there's an instance, listen, the strongest people of the world, Joe Rogan, the strongest man of the world, they always leave. To Mike Tyson, he never stays to fight. If someone's starting a fight, you always leave. You don't want to expose yourself to any type of, you leave. It's nothing is worth getting injured or injuring somebody over. You just leave, right? But in an instance with Carmelo, we can't talk about the should, right? Because that's pointless. It's good to talk about for teaching our kids in the future and our kids right now, right? But for the case, relative to the case, it's pointless, right? It's only what he was thinking at that time. What was Carmelo's thought in that moment? And was what he did, do I condone it? Absolutely not. Would I ever tell my child to do that? Absolutely not. Ever, never. Right? Because even if he gets off, even if they retry him and he's found not guilty of anything, his life has changed forever. He took a life. This is going to be life-changing, life-altering, and it's going to be horrible, right? For the rest of his life. I would never, ever, no, absolutely not. But that's not what we're living at. What we're living is, was he guilty when he was sitting there and no, and you can't say someone's guilty if someone else created and manufactured a situation for violence to occur and then they started it.
So I just want to point out something that I heard in his room the other day, or it was a different room. Just want to say what's up to Matt and Pepe and Beaver real quick, but the other day I was in one of these rooms with you guys, and this guy made the case that Carmelo Anthony should only get 3 years. Do you remember that? And then he went on and said that, like, if you molest a minor, then you should get executed. If you get caught molesting minors, you should get executed. So I said to him, so you're telling me if Carmelo Anthony stabs this minor in the chest, he should only get 3 years, but if he touched him in the dick, then he should get executed? And he was like, yeah. Now, that has stuck with me.
I remember that.
Okay, you remember that, bro? Dude,
it's so illogical.
Bro, I haven't been able to, let it go. It's been how long now? 2 weeks? 3 weeks? I haven't let it go. Because this is how these people think, bro. It was like,
These people,
yeah, these people that defend Carmelo Anthony.
like me.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I could tell you I definitely don't think that way, so now what?
I think you're just being argumentative.
I definitely don't think that. I definitely would never make that argument.
So you don't think that people who molest minors should get executed?
I think that a person...
Yes or no?
It depends.
Wow.
It depends. It depends on the moment, yeah.
That's
If
amazing.
it's caught in the act, there would be it wouldn't end good for you.
So
caught in the act is the most powerful.
What's that mean? Do you believe if you get convicted and proven guilty of molesting a minor, you should be executed?
I wouldn't be able to determine that. I mean, I wouldn't.
You couldn't do a psychological profile on that, but you could do a psychological profile on a fucking video where you see a kid sitting down for too long and that instigates the fucking fight or whatever that you just did, this whole psychological analysis. You can do that, but you can't do the psychological analysis of somebody who gets convicted and proven guilty that they molested a minor and then that they should be executed or not. You can do all that, but you can't just keep it black and white with this situation.
Yeah, because what we're talking about is we're talking about litigating, like we're litigating. So if they're guilty, I mean, first of all, if it's okay, but if they're caught in the act,
Let's say Carmelo Anthony.
I can tell you, I can answer you. I can tell you if they're caught in the act, defender's choice, or anybody that wants to defend the defender. So that would lead. I mean, you could use your imagination.
It's just sad, dude. I honestly don't even know what the fuck you're even talking about, honestly, at this point.
Excuse me,
Well, what would you want to do to somebody who is molesting somebody? What would you want to do? If you caught somebody molesting, God forbid, your child, and you caught them in the act.
I'd make them open a daycare center.
Hold on. Augustus, what would you want to do to that person?
Are you a white woman?
Hold on. Augustus, what would you want to do to that person? That's your answer.
That's a quick question.
Okay? So that's your answer.
He needs to do a psychological
If you stop reciprocating rights, if you're going to violate somebody, okay, you no longer have any type of moral or ethical claim to anything. You've stopped. You chose it. You stepped back into the state of nature. You said, hey, I'm going to stop reciprocating.
I just don't understand why you're using all these big words. Like, it's real simple to me.
Well, I mean, like, I asked you a question.
If you stab somebody.
I asked you a question. Answer my question.
I don't even know what your question was.
My question was, if you caught, listen, just listen. If you caught somebody molesting your child in the act, what would you want to do to that person?
They would be executed.
Okay, then I support it. I support that.
Okay, yeah, and then if I caught the guy outside of doing the act and reported him to the authorities, or the woman reported him to the authorities and had the proof, and it went to court, I would want them to get executed under the court of law as well. But my point is not whether or not they should be executed under the point of the law, under the court of law, whether or not they should be executed for molesting a child or a minor. My point is that if you murder a minor, if you get convicted and proven guilty of murdering a minor, I think that you should also be executed.
I mean, like, is it like a Ted Bundy murder, or is it like a Carmelo Anthony murder?
If you're under 18 and your murderer gets proven guilty beyond without a reason of shadowable doubt that person killed the minor, that person should be executed. It's that simple to me. He shouldn't get 3 years. He shouldn't get 35 years. He should be fucking hung or electrocuted or shot or some shit that kills the guy. It's that simple.
I for evidence where you're seeing it and it's like happening actively, right? So if in any of those cases where it's where it's actively occurring.
Wasn't this Carmelo Anthony situation like a bunch of witnesses? It happened like in the video above where there was like a
Carmelo was being assaulted though. Carmelo was assaulted before
Carmelo Anthony in the video.
Carmelo was assaulted before he used it. Right.
Define assaulted.
Well, you could look up the Texas statutes. Class C misdemeanor. It would be a light shove, a touch. Class A assault, which both of these are assault, by the way, or they're battery under the guise of assault, would be something that could be felt, right? So yeah.
Yeah. So if you get pushed, then you're allowed to go stab them in the chest.
Well, this is the thing. Like, it's not about like you're allowed to. And when we look at it that way, that's what is so fucked up. Like, that's not what we're trying. No, you shouldn't be allowed to do that.
Well,
What it is what you should be allowed. But that's not what you should be. No, what you should be allowed to do is defend yourself from another violator. That's what you should be allowed to do. Do you disagree?
I disagree with you because if I
Okay,
call,
so
if I call a guy
you just
molesting,
told me
no,
that you
shut
so
up for a
you
second,
just
because I'm gonna give you my explanation.
you just told me that you would kill somebody.
I'm about to explain on how I'm gonna kill somebody in this scenario.
But they're violating somebody. So
That's right.
you're okay. So you're going against your original argumentation.
No,
I am
I'm not.
supporting your argumentation. Yes, Augustus,
No, I'm
you got to
not.
keep up. You got to keep up. You're getting lost in the weeds.
I'm not being lost in the sauce. Honestly, it's really funny to hear a woman try to tell a man on how this illogical situation that I'm presenting to the public right now is actually a logical situation because you're a woman.
Okay. Well, that's done.
Yeah, and it's sad. So, my point, right, was that if 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 you catch somebody molesting your kid red-handed and pants are down and things are out and you see that shit going down and you fucking come up behind them with a Glock 20 or whatever type of gun and you blast this guy's fucking head off. That right there, everybody agree or disagree that that's justified. A justified execution. I'm getting fire emojis over here. So I think people agree. So that's the right sort of response. So if you get bumped or if you get pushed and you aren't molested and you're not getting raped, but you get pushed or bumped, right? And you come up to that guy who bumps you and you take out a fucking Rambo knife and you stab him in the chest and murder him in cold blood in front of a crowd. Now, is that justified or is that not justified murder? Execution.
So yeah, this is what I'm talking about. There was a buildup, and this is the buildup that I'm talking about.
I would say that it's not justified.
Clear. Of course you would, because you don't believe that you have the ability to defend yourself, but also you would then take somebody out if you saw them molesting somebody else. So you're speaking out of both sides of your mouth, okay? I'm saying that in a case where you say, hey, look, I don't consent to this, and it's been clear. Of course, as accidents, those aren't threats of life. You don't have any reason to do that. That, of course, would be some sick murderous. Yeah, that's murder. That you're violent. You're not. You shouldn't be a part of society. Okay, you're just killing people for no reason. If you have already established that you're having a conversation with somebody, someone's like, I'm gonna put my hands on you, and you're like, no, I don't want you to put your hands on me. Don't put your hands on me, right? And then they're like, no, I'm gonna put your hands on you. I'm gonna put my hands on you, and you're like, listen. Don't put your hands on me. I'm telling you, I don't consent to this. As long as you don't touch me, we're going to be okay. If you touch me, I'm going to defend myself. And then they touch you. Tell me what duty you have to protect their safety over your own as first priority.
All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a moral, ethical alignment that my Christian values and my family values have instilled in me in order to measure the reaction that is warranted in the situation, right? So if I see someone being raped, if I see my family member being raped or my kid being raped, execution seems like a justifiable reaction. But if I get pushed or if I get shoved, execution doesn't seem like a measurable reaction to me. That seems like an animalistic, primal, I don't have the morals and I don't have the instillment of family values, of pro-life values enough instilled in me for me to be able to justify those sorts of actions.
So if you take that position where you're not fearing for your bodily autonomy, where you're not fearing for it, then yeah, I would agree with you, right? But if you are in fear of body autonomy, if you can't fight because you just had your you had
So
a
it comes
shoulder
down to
surgery.
feelings about it.
Hold
It
on,
doesn't
hold
come
on.
down to facts about
Hold
it.
on. Well, no, it does, objectively. And so, right, so for example,
Feelings are facts now.
if you just had, hold on, if I just said, well, that's because we can only, no, the objectivity is when the first assault occurs. And that is a very objective, an hour, a minute, and a second that can be listed, that absolutely happened, okay? And so now we're going into the ambiguity of, or the subjectivity of feelings, but the feelings come from the person that is being violated, okay? So the person that's being violated gets to defend themselves. Would you agree? If someone, just answer that question.
No.
Let's just start, hold on. If somebody's violating you,
Agree.
hold on. If somebody's violating you, do you have the right to defend yourself, yes or no?
It depends on the level of violation.
Okay, all right. So
If I've got a gun in my fucking face and they're violating me with a gun in my face, then execution level retaliation is warranted. If you push me or shove me, then execution level retaliation is not warranted.
Well, that's on you. That's your decision. You get to either reciprocate rights or not. Because listen, in this particular case,
I have
hold on, just wait a second. Hold on. Well, if you have moral values, right? This is the first thing. Remember, you're only reacting if you fear that your safety, that something is going on with your safety. Okay. I'm not saying, so I agree with you morally. You're not going to just go around and slice people who want to fight you and push you and slap you in the face. Like you hold on, wait. Right, but this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. In a case where you have Carmelo Anthony, in a case.
Been in New York City.
Yeah, I used to work in the city.
So
Okay.
you've been pushed and shoved before?
Absolutely, many times. Getting onto the train, are you kidding me?
How many
Metro
times
North.
have you been pushed and shoved and you said, you know what? Fuck that.
You know,
I'll be right back.
that's different. That's different. That's different. I'm consenting. Right. This is the difference. I'm consenting when I get on the train. I'm consenting to participating in this culture. I understand when Metro North, when we would have to get on the train. When we would get on. Hold on, because it's all about consent. No. This has nothing to do. No, don't liberalize this. Don't liberalize this. This is more freedom. This is more freedom and more right that you'll ever be able to handle. This is the complete opposite of any type of socialistic, commie, Marxist bullshit. This is the most freedom, most accountable, and clearly you're scared because you're a statist. You need authority. You are a bootlicker. Absolutely. You are actually scared of what a true free society would look like, right? Because you don't want to take accountability for people assaulting other people. Okay, so don't try to liberalize this shit. This ain't no liberal bullshit. This ain't no weak commie, soci, Marxist bullshit. No. This is ultimate freedom. This is ultimate freedom and responsibility and accountability. Okay, so listen. No. This is. Well, yeah, subset of it. So this is the thing.
That's a liberal
So let me explain. So when I would get onto the train and the train doors would open, right, we would all wait for that train. And everybody, we knew as soon as the train, we pile on, right? You see the old ladies with their walkers going real fast, poop, right, trying to get on. We're all trying to get on, but we consent to it. This is what we want because this is a service and this is how we understand it. This is how it goes. What we don't consent is to a certain level of somebody initiating violence against your person where you're just like, hold on, no, I don't consent about that. I don't consent to that. If someone's behind me, right, and they're like pushing me hard and I'm just like, hey, look, don't do that. And they keep doing it. And I'm like, listen, if you do it again, stop. Like,
You're
don't.
stab in the chest with a.
Well, hold on. At that point, if it's intentional and that person is going to continue to violate you, there's no reason that you have to reciprocate rights. There's no reason that you have to. There's no moral or ethical principle that's going to say that you should have to.
This guy will not let you finish. It's really embarrassing.
Honestly, we don't need more women trying to.
No. Thank you. I
Yeah,
appreciate
because you're a pussy and you're scared. You're scared of accountability and freedom.
I agree with you,
Because you're too angry. You have too much testosterone. You can't control yourself, and you rely on being able to oppress and to bully people.
Yeah, I know. Pepper, I have a room. I'm just here for Pepper, the Indian guy. Pepper, you was in a room and you was talking about black people, and then you were cussing like the black Americans. Shut up. No one's talking to you. Hush, please. No one's interested. Pepper, listen. The other day, you was in the room. Let me finish. And then I recorded you. The way you violated me. Do you want to apologize, or you still want to continue that as an Indian guy? Maybe for you, because the only reason I'm gonna open a big room about you, with all due respect, is that you were very racist, very low IQ, pathetic man, you were disrespecting the black community. Why would you do that?
Hey Riri, can you sing the hook to MIA Paper Planes?
No, shut up, no, stop.
I get
No, but you were horrible. No, even though I'm mixed, it doesn't matter.
You gotta follow, bro.
Just saying, you're an Indian guy, you're a brown guy, absolutely ridiculous. And then you have the energy to disrespect black people, which is, I find it quite fascinating. If you come to this guy, this Indian guy, already had a room and he was saying, oh, the black Americans are pathetic and they're such a low IQ, blah, blah, blah.
Who are you talking to right now?
In English is P for pig.
She's talking about Pepe. Okay.
Yeah, there you go. So the point is, you were saying horrible things about black people. No, I agree. Can I finish? Please allow me to finish. It's really important. It means a lot to you. Let me, please. Is it Indian?
Oh, yeah. Let it out.
Yeah, but okay. So you're an Indian guy.
He's not Indian.
He's not Indian.
He's Pakistani, whatever he is. I don't give a fuck.
No, he's not.
Pakistani either.
What is he? Sierra Leone?
He's a white man.
He's not some white wannabe. That's what it is. I'm not a white. I will never be a white.
Are you gonna make a room on him? Are you gonna do that?
Yeah, I am. I recorded the fucker. Okay, but I'm gonna go to. I don't go to Twitter because of a reason.
You hate white people?
No, I don't. My mother's white, idiot. Move on. Anyway, this guy, you were being horrible for no reason. You were disrespecting black people. Why would you do that?
Does your mother know you speak about whites in this capacity?
Peter, this is the girl they wanted to set you up with.
No, can I finish? Are you gonna be horrible for no reason? I'm gonna open the room, don't worry.
What are you gonna talk about when you open that room?
But no, this guy is racist. He's wow, and he's being fucking racist.
Hey Riri, what if I told you that he says that he is a racist? Does that change anything or no?
I don't give a fuck. He's Indian. Nobody's attracted to. Like, who would ever get married to Pakistani Indian? Like, really? Yuck.
That's a little racist.
That's racist. That's more of anything you've ever said.
Yeah. Wow.
Dad, I'm finishing off because he cannot disrespect being black. Being black is
Riri, you're thinking of me. I'm Justin. I'm the racist guy, not him.
I know you are. You're Indian. And then you're
I'm not Indian. Shut your black whore mouth. Don't call me a fucking Indian.
There we go. Keep speaking, bad boy. I'm gonna open a room about you, dickhead. You fucking cunt. You're idiotic. You're very low IQ. All you ever do is race. Because this is America, European, you are Pakistani. I'm Indian. Nobody cares. You don't have that privilege. I can have that privilege.
You call me a Pakistani. I've been marketing this
I don't give a fuck. You're Indian. I don't care.
Yeah.
You're fucking Sikh. I don't give a fuck. You Hindu. I don't care. You're not. It doesn't matter. I am. I have a green eyes, by the way. It doesn't matter. Like, of course, as a white. telling you, in Europe, you're nothing. If you're from Egypt, if you're fucking from anywhere, you're a shithole. Nobody respects you in Europe. Nobody marries you. Nobody cares about you. You're relevant in Europe. America is a different politics. By the way, do you know that America is my grandparents? They're from England. Shut the fuck up. I'm telling you, do not disrespect black community. Black community, they have issues, yes. You're right. But you cannot be racist to black people when you're fucking Indian. Nothing. You're nothing. You know, you're gonna have.
So true.
You're dumb. No, Matt. No. If you live in Germany, if you live in my grandparents are from Germany. If you're from Germany, even look at you, you're told you're nothing in Germany. You're nothing in United Kingdom.
Riri, I'll send you $20 if you sing the hook to MIA Paper Planes.
No, nobody cares about you.
30.
No one's gonna disrespect my business height. No, I don't agree with that.
40. Final offer.
I'm gonna open a room, Pepe. I'm gonna fucking open a room. I'm gonna bring the fucking British as well as Germany, and I'm gonna teach you a lesson. You never ever disrespect black people. You piece of shit.
$40 going once, going twice.
Why do you roll that and put it in your ass? By that.
I'm gonna use this to buy something from China on eBay if you don't take it, Riri.
I don't need it. I have money. I'm from piece of shit.
Your country has the energy crises, right?
I know you guys. I don't care.
I want to see the USD dollar.
Debbie, what room is he referring to? Do you remember what the interaction was or not?
Matt, they were being racist.
Who?
Him. He's been raised like black people. This, like, shut up.
But like what room? Like, do you remember what room?
But I recorded, so I'm gonna open a room about him. Big room. I'm gonna bring all the black people.
I've never heard Pepe be racist before.
No, Matt, he was racist.
He was? What? I mean, I can't imagine what he did. That's horrible.
You know, you low IQ racist as well. You're Jewish.
Well, I'm an Indian and I hate white people and I hate your black ass too.
As an Indian, well, I don't hate white people because my identity is white. But I hate you fucking Indians. You're nothing. The British Empire.
Fuck you. Next time I see you, I won't squat to take your shit next time. I'll shit on your fucking face.
Oh, here we go. This American you have is different. You're nothing. Nobody cares about you. You suck up. See, Indians. My. England, Germany. You suck up to. You want to be white. I don't need to be white.
We're invading Europe anyways. Look at Canada. We're overrunning the country, and we're taking all the American jobs. India, we're better.
Max, shut up. Stop getting involved. Let me tell you something. As the Indian, you're nothing.
I don't know about y'all being better than American workers.
Yeah, there you go.
No, we're just better than you filthy blacks. You lazy whites. Fucking scum.
The lack of, I think it's either ingenuity or innovation because they're like similar but different.
You're just cheap. That's all they take you because you're way more cheaper.
Y'all are like the Chinese, you know? Like you're good at like reverse engineering type shit, but yeah, you're not the full cookie.
They only take Indian workers because they're cheaper than others. That's the only reason.
Shut the fuck up, bitch. Men are speaking.
Oh.
Oh, wow. What's this room? Whoa. Chill. Relax, you little ugly. Yo. Who's that? Another racist Indian guy. Another Arab guy who doesn't like me because of work. Doesn't matter. Okay. Anyway, Pepe, I'm gonna open a room by you. I've recorded you. I was in the audience. Everybody was there. I'm just gonna show you our relevant in England, United Kingdom, Germany, Sweden, Holland.
Anyways, Riri, we're gonna go back on topic.
Okay.
Jazzy, how are you doing? Good evening.
Hello, how are you? I'm fine. telling me maybe go back to the topic, but you asked you from.
So did you all see the fake video that they released?
No fake video. Sorry, my bad. I didn't know.
What are your thoughts, Jess?
Well, surveillance footage doesn't. I was just in another room. Surveillance footage doesn't follow someone. So I thought that was weird. It only showed half of the tent, and then showed like him running away and following him. Surveillance cameras are still. So I don't know if they like zoomed in, panned out. I don't know what they did, but the video just doesn't look real. And I can't really see what happened anyways, even if it is real.
Yeah, it kind of sounds like all that the jury had to go on was witness testimony, eh? Because you can't really see anything from that footage. So unless they saw something more, is that all that they had to go on, witness testimony?
We don't even know if that's the video. That's what I'm saying. Like, how do we know that that video was released? Does it say it was released by who released it? I mean, I don't know.
I mean, even if they saw that video, though, who cares? It doesn't really show us anything.
That's true. So they had to make their decision based on testimony.
That's what it sounds like.
Apparently, there's some kind of media law blocking most of disclosure because of them little bastards being so young.
What's the point? What's the point? Why are they doing this? I mean, is there some?
Yeah, they're trying to rile everyone up. And that's what I said. This case is starting to seem like a little bit of bait. I don't know.
I kind of agree with that.
Israel's involved?
I don't know about Israel, but somebody's involved. It just doesn't add up. Like I said, if you look at the case and you look at how cases normally go, it was horrible.
Someone said on YouTube, every time Trump fuck up, a distraction.
Yeah. So if I could, I mean, I work as an expert witness in the justice system quite a bit, and they never have any evidence. Usually, somebody's trying to make a career for themselves. They're looking for publicity so they can move up on the ladder. But it's always based on testimony. They never have any evidence. What they do is they round people up and they get them to rat on each other in exchange for immunity or reduced sentences like this. Law enforcement is very, very lazy. They're not going to go out and collect hard evidence. They just they just call people up and threaten.
So then we should not believe anything that comes out of the judicial system then, right? Like, based on what you're saying.
I mean, the percentage of innocent people in prison is very high, actually. It's much more than people realize.
I just told Holly that. I said, you don't have to be innocent to be free. You don't got to be guilty to be in jail, so.
I don't know you, Dr. Mitch. If it means anything, something about you is very believable for you.
What do you say? I vote for you?
Yeah.
Something about him just strikes me as believable. I vote for him.
He is a doctor.
You got my vote, Mr. Mitch.
But so is Jesse.
Yeah, I'm not running for anything. I'm not running for anything, but I would like to see the world be a better place, which means I'd probably get eliminated like in 5 minutes.
No.
So you said you're an expert witness because you're a doctor, right?
For legal offices, that's exactly right.
That's so cool.
Mainly in injury cases, but wrongful death, medical malpractice, pharmaceutical injuries. I work as an expert.
What would you have sentenced Carmelo in this case?
He can't sentence anybody.
Well, I mean, we can all give our opinion on the sentence.
Oh, okay, sorry.
He said, what would you have sentenced Carmelo, Dr. Mitch?
I can't hear him. He's on mute. I would have sentenced him to the tree outside of the courthouse.
Shut up, you fucking driving Indian.
I think he's just.
I might have faded out. Yeah, I'm driving, exactly. Thank you.
Can you repeat what you said? We didn't hear you. You're graceful.
Who, me?
Mr.
No, we heard you.
Question. I didn't hear the actual question. Somebody asked, like, what would I have imposed as a sentence? Is that the question?
Yes. Yeah, what would you sentence him for? How many years? Or none at all?
Tell you intelligently what that would be. But you'll notice if judges are lenient with defendants, it's usually because they suspect that they're innocent.
Well, I think 35 is too much. The video changes nothing for me.
Well, I thought the sentencing was pretty harsh, so I wonder if that tells us that maybe there was something shown more?
Actually, Holly, from what research I did, which was very poor and done under inebriation of marijuana, his sentence was apparently the average medium for people his exact age range.
No kidding.
It's Texas, though, dude. Like, Texas is not... Maybe in Connecticut or some shit, he would have gotten, like, a 15-year sentence. But that's the thing. I don't... And people will say it's too harsh. I mean, that is a value judgment. And look, back in the day, if this would have happened in Texas 100 years ago, he would have been hung. You know, that's that. I mean, but he took a fucking life, and I think that to get a loved one taken from you is like harsh. But that fucker had a twin brother. I mean, I feel like that just hits. That hits a lot different.
It is so sad,
I think
but
I need to see the video.
Just going on witness testimony, I don't know. That's a little light for me.
But that's what they do, Holly. I do agree with Dr. Mitch. The witness testimony matters, but what also matters, but apparently it doesn't, is police reports. And there's so much conflicting. Like, there were 10 people that had video footage of the incident, and now they're saying, oh yeah, I acted like I pressed record, but I didn't. I was just goofing around. Shut the fuck up. Where's the video? Where's the goddamn video?
I just want to interject and reiterate, as a Carmelo supporter, his family and how detestable they treated Metcalf's father. Albeit this may seem small and irrelevant, I do think this served later to be a good barometer, okay, and litmus test for morality in terms of his disposition. And if you're not familiar, what I'm referencing is initially when the incident occurred, Mr. Metcalf apparently reached out to the family with a very, very astute gesture of extending the olive branch, and the Carmelo Anthony family was, as again, a supporter of Mr. Carmelo Anthony, very detestable and grotesque actions.
I think, if a fact's brewing, kids are probably going to get their phone to capture it, So that would show that it's been brewing. There was some lead up. I would think they'd grab their phones to get ready to record.
They did. They confiscated like 10 people's phones. And I don't know if you guys ever been to anything or been in an incident. They don't just take your phone for no reason. Like, what the fuck, for what? Why would you need my phone?
They do that all the time. It gives it evidence.
No, evidence of what? Exactly, you dumbass nigga. Evidence of video.
Oh my God.
No, I was not done talking, you stupid Indian. Shut up.
Right.
Shut up. So long story short, you're not gonna do shit. You're not gonna do shit. You're not gonna do shit, but yell and stop talking to me. Stop talking to me, bro. I'm talking. So, like I was saying, Beaver, I think that at the end of the day, I want to see that cell phone footage. I want to see a better. If the surveillance camera could follow Carmelo Anthony to the right as he ran away, should have been able to zoom in and see a little bit better footage of the incident. It seemed like there was a lot of people under the tent. I can't see what happened. I'm sorry. I can't.
Okay, then shut up then.
He did say I stabbed him when he was,
I know he stabbed him and he's wrong. But
He's
why
obviously
did
wrong.
he
He should
stab
be in
him?
jail.
He should be in
jail.
jail.
So what's the argument?
There is none, dumbass. That's what I'm saying.
All right, so
Don't
we
you
good.
listen for a little bit. Didn't you
So we're all
just
in
get
agreement.
here?
She's just
We're all
saying.
in agreement, you stupid bitch.
She's just
Why
saying.
do you fucking men? It's fucking Friday night. And you're out here fucking yelling at me, telling me to shut the fuck up. It's sick.
Ugly bitch.
So sick.
That's why you're on here, because you ain't got no man.
Oh my God.
Yeah, whatever you say.
Yeah, I know. You couldn't even say nothing because it's the truth.
I got a man. I'm on here.
Yeah, but you're ugly, so it doesn't matter.
Well,
Girl, that's what I'm
me.
saying. Just like fuck him. He thinks he knows everything. It's sick.
Well, I hear what Jazzy's saying, though. I mean, it's tricky. Witness testimony is kind of tricky.
Yeah, because on the police report, all the kids said, yeah, he came up there and dapped his friend up. Then his friend gets on the stand and says, I don't know him. I met him before, but I don't know him like that. What the fuck? What do you mean? Everyone said he came and spoke to you, you stupid bitch. Now you don't know the nigga? All of a sudden, he came and talked to you for so long and shut up. And I get it, because if I'm on someone's team, I'm going to ride for my teammate, right? I don't care what happened before. After everything happens, yeah, I don't know the guy. I don't know him like that. So all I'm saying is, yeah, he's guilty. He stabbed someone who didn't have a knife. But my question is, how many people surrounded him and told him to get the fuck away? Because apparently, right after the incident, when Hunter Metcalf got interviewed, he said we got into an altercation. And we is two people, right? So I thought that Hunter was nowhere around. But we don't have video footage. And that's what I'm trying to tell y'all. That's the weird part. How many people surrounded him? That would change the circumstances on the self-defense. If it's one person, yes, it's murder. If it's two, I don't know.
But he wasn't jumped. Do you think he was jumped?
No.
Okay.
But according to let me post the police report in the chat. According to the police report, he was hit twice before he stabbed him.
Dr. Jasmine, are you familiar with the fact that it's being circulated? It isn't vetted information I'm spewing, but apparently the black jurors that would have been involved in the case directly to effectuate change, they pretty much self-eliminated themselves by admitting that they couldn't be unbiased and saying that they wouldn't be able to sentence him.
I mean, I'm trying not to look at this from a race-based lens. I'm trying to just look at it as it happened, if that makes sense.
I cannot look at it at a race-based lens.
I'm trying.
The father said, he made it racial by doing that.
Hey, Kirill, not to cut you off. Can you try to? You got a little
Yeah,
echo.
your mic sound bad.
On my audio,
It's real echoey.
Like you standing in a hallway of like tile, maybe. Like, not even to be funny, but that's fucked up. But yeah.
Yeah, you in the project stairwell? No, I'm joking. I'm just joking. I'm sorry.
I apologize to interrupt you. I'm listening to you.
Nah, there goes the police report in the chat. I just think it's interesting to read all of it so you can see the conflicting witness testimony on the stand versus this. But someone told me that they don't often use police reports as evidence because people can change their testimony. So, I don't know.
see, don't you think if the races were reversed, that, you know, people like Monica would say, keep your hands to yourself. Like she her tune would be totally different. Don't you agree?
And that's what I was trying to. That's why I said I'm not looking at it from a race-based lens. I'm looking at it from a lens of why didn't you have to touch him, and why did you have to stab him? But would he have stabbed you if you didn't touch him? I don't think so. So it's the same thing with the cops, right? Oh, why don't you just comply until they fucking shoot a white person? And it's, oh my God, what a heavy-handed police officer.
That's not true. You saw that stupid white bitch and that other guy get killed by the cops in what is that, Minneapolis? And you did not see white people chipping out.
Black people don't chimp out when black people get killed by the cops.
No, they do all the time.
Yeah, because that's what they show you on TV. I'm telling you, we don't. We go to work, we keep going, we say, God bless them. Like, you're making shit up. I hate the news. Like, y'all is stupid.
Okay, do I sound better now? Okay.
You sound better.
You sound a little better. Okay. What I wanted to point out was it was a high school. First, it wasn't a ninth, right? Second, he was sitting down, all right? That's not aggressive at all. It was more, it was a reason the brother didn't take the stand, okay? My twin brother got killed. I'm damn sure taking a stand on somebody, right? The reason why I didn't take the stand, because they expected him, okay? They jumped him. And who was the person that was questioning whether he jumped or not? If one or two people step to you and they grab your property and they grab you, that's called jumping in my hood. Okay, so let's stop, tippy-tapping with it. And if it was reversed, okay, if it was two black guys or multiple black people stepping for a white boy, he just happened to stab him, he's looked at as a hero. Okay, we all know this.
It was definitely a knife. I don't know why you say it's not a knife.
Because that's what they said. They said it was a cleat shear.
Yeah, but that's
right.
I heard that. They did say it was a cleat shear, but then they clarified in the report that it was a knife that was under 5 inches, but it was still a folding knife.
We got pictures of it. Real quick, Imperial, did I hear you say that white people would, who was the hero that you just mentioned? Can you repeat that again? Imperial? It's not. He said something about a hero. What is he referring to? Why, who's a hero?
I think he was, I saw the video today.
It would be a hero.
It was a hypothetical. Yeah, hypothetical that if a white person killed an angry black person, he'd be looked at as a hero.
That's ridiculous. Like, that's the narrative it makes everything, just silly, guys. Come on, you can't be doing that. There's no hero in killing somebody. Carry on, man.
So did y'all see the video that somebody posted? I saw it on Facebook. There's a video going around showing the stabbing, and what it is the video, the point of view from across the stadium, but the video zoomed in, and you don't even see the Metcalf boys standing up. I can see them underneath the tent. They're all sitting down. Nobody's.
You're lying. You can't see shit in that video.
No, that's what the video shows. They're there under the tent, but they don't look like they're standing up.
You're lying, bro. That video is so grainy and disoriented. You can't see a fucking thing until Carmelo comes from under the tent and goes to the right. That's all.
Yeah, he takes off hauling ass running after he stabs him, but nobody looks aggressive. I didn't see.
Have you ever seen the surveillance camera pan out to the left or the right? Or is it surveillance
you could
camera?
see tent is.
I'm asking. Hold on, Imperial. Isn't surveillance footage still?
Yeah, but Jazzy, that's probably someone holding a cell phone and then tilting it. I've seen that happen before where they
said that was surveillance footage.
Yeah, but
Surveillance video is recorded. It's moving, a moving picture.
So for example, let me give you a perfect example. If I own a store on the corner and I have a camera and you run past my store, am I going to see you running down the street, or am I only going to get the aerial footage from where my camera is of you running past my store?
But I'm saying the lens could be so wide, and then someone could take their cell phone and
So
record
if the lens
video
was so wide, why
of
did they
that
only
video.
show us a small portion of the tent? Why didn't they go over to the left some more?
They probably just zoomed in and then de-shaked the video and
And then went to the right.
flipped it up. Yeah.
That boy had no reason to stab
That's
anybody.
not a real video.
No, it
guys.
doesn't matter. There's no reason to stab anybody.
For real.
That little ass tent, that tent so fucking small. Hey, now hold on. Let me say this.
Oh my God, y'all
But
just
in period,
coming in
your
hot.
mic.
Y'all not even listening. Like, what the fuck is wrong with y'all?
Look, it don't look. I looked at the case. I was a Carmelo supporter. I was getting on these white people heavy, but I just seen the facts, and I'm embarrassed and ashamed.
Why you embarrassed of something some other person did?
Fuck that. I'm embarrassed for what I did. That I supported some bullshit. I supported a dumbass nigga, a stupid nigga.
Well, you're
Yeah. Like, yeah. I feel embarrassed. I supported a dumb nigga. It's other niggas out here that need support. Not foolish motherfuckers who gonna get up out their body to go and poke somebody in the chest. Talking about something I felt. Talking about something it's raining. Nigga, if it's raining, how come you ain't got nothing but 3 raindrops on your fucking sweater when it's time to get arrested? And the tent, I'm thinking the tent. And look, I'm thinking that the tent, I'm thinking that the tent is backed up.
Well, no, because it's raining.
Let him keep going. We're jumping back. Let me finish, bro. Imperial sounds terrible. Let him keep going. Imperial sounds terrible. Imperial sound bad. Okay. All right, now let me continue. Now that boy is very foolish and very dumb. And you know, at first I thought this shit was race motivated. I thought there was a pictures with a white boy talking about we gonna kill monkeys and guns. So I was like, oh hell no, fuck this shit. Fuck that white boy, let him die, let him bleed out. Now I'm looking at that's fake. I'm finding out that's fake. And then I see the video surveillance of the tent. The tent little as fuck. I wouldn't want your ass under there either, motherfucker.
Come on, bro.
It's little as fuck. The tent ain't nothing. It's a little tent. It's a little college tent. It's 4 ways, and it's 4 ways to exit that tent. I'm just keeping this shit factual. It's 4 ways to exit. Nigga, why didn't you leave? Nigga, why didn't you get if he pushed you, you're on bleachers. If he truly pushed you, nigga, may your body and your brain roll the fuck forward, nigga, so you can capitalize on your future, nigga. But no, the nigga wanna go and poke people in the chest, nigga, and then walk around here and make us like think that nigga, you just your life in danger. Your life wasn't in danger, nigga.
So, can I tell you something? Yeah, you want to hear it or no? You don't go for it.
Go for it. I want to hear what you're gonna say.
Okay, you ready? This is from page, I don't know what page it is, but this is from the initial police report, page 4 of 7. The victim, Austin, and the suspect, who was later identified as Carmelo Anthony, was from Centennial High School, was sitting under the Memorial High School tent. Austin told Anthony he needed to move from under their team's tent and grabbed his bag. Anthony grabbed his bag, opened it, reached inside, proceeded to tell Austin, touch me and see what happens. No one really thought Anthony had any weapons in his bag, and Austin proceeded to tell Anthony. Then Anthony told Austin, punch him and see what happens. A short time later, Austin grabbed Anthony to tell him to move. And then Anthony pulled out what Blank, it's a redacted name, recalled as a black knife and stabbed Austin once in the chest and then ran away. So I just wanted to make that clear. You said he didn't get pushed. Did Austin deserve to
None of that warrants to stab.
No, he didn't deserve to get
Hold on,
stabbed.
did I just fin- exactly? Can I finish talking, bitch?
I mean, you should ask the question.
But I was talking to myself. Did Austin deserve to get stabbed? No. But could Carmelo defend himself? No. I think he should have just bit the bullet, had a bit of a pride, a humility moment, like, hey, let me just move before a fight breaks out, right? Because all these niggas up under here, they're gonna beat my ass. I think that was okay. I do think Carmelo overreacted. Period. That's a fact. But we have to use mitigating factors, like, for example, a clean criminal record.
Man, fuck that. Fuck that record.
Okay. I'm gonna just hold on 1 second. I'm gonna just say
Not clean
this.
anymore.
I hope you never make a mistake in your life. I hope you
I have.
never make a mistake. And what, you went to jail?
I didn't do no dumb shit like that. It's levels to dumb shit. You do understand?
So let me ask you: Have you ever committed a crime that you never got caught for?
I never committed a
Like maybe selling drugs. It don't matter. Your ass should be in jail right now.
Have you ever smoked a blunt while
I
you
don't give a fuck. People die from drugs, bitch. I hate drug dealers. So if you ever sold drugs, bitch, you need to be in prison, nigga. What the fuck are you talking about? All you fucking crackers out here fucking doing all this shit, all y'all need to go to jail with Carmelo Anthony. I don't give a fuck. Who are you to judge somebody, you criminal bitches? All of you niggas need to go to jail for what you did.
Rocks, but
All of you need to go to jail for what you did. You're gonna rot in jail if you keep it up.
No. For slinging rock, you get 10 years in the fucking slammer. You get 10 years in the slammer for slinging rock. You do not. You get life for stabbing somebody to that.
Man, this motherfucker got me over here playing these white people, bro. Man, this shit is the saddest day of my life, bro. Real shit. This shit is sad, bro.
God damn it, Beaver, or Matt, is my mic low?
Fuck your mic, we don't give a fuck. Oh, what you talking about? We don't give a fuck.
You shouldn't be sad, dude. This is a good day because now your eyes are open to see the truth, what really happened here that day. So don't be sad, be glad that you know what happened. Because those who are ignorant and blind, and those who don't know what really happened, or
We know
understand
what happened. A nigga
could be sad.
overreacted and another nigga overreacted 10 times more. That's what happened. And Carmelo should not have stabbed him, but who the fuck is Austin, old bitch ass? Nobody else told this nigga to get the evidence. I agree with you. You're not listening. Austin should have never been stabbed, but two things should have never happened. He should have kept his fucking hands to himself.
That's true, but still.
Okay.
Every day.
So you're trying to make it okay for men to get violated, nigga. You're a man. You want to walk around and have niggas telling you where you can stand and where you can't stand? That's what you want? Well, so be it, nigga. I'm gonna have a white man come tell you to get the fuck off the corner. I'm gonna do that. I want a white nigga to come push you twice, and I want to see if you just gonna walk away, you stupid idiot. You're normalizing niggas bullying people. I don't want to normalize it. Because what my mom always told me was keep your hands to yourself, because you don't know who's having a bad day.
Right, but
My mom told me, don't honk the horn at people, because somebody might shoot you. Now, is shooting me for honking the horn proportional? No. But it happens. So stop fucking with people.
People gonna fuck with people. What you gonna do? You gonna throw your life away, you dumb bitch?
Man, I'm not normalizing people fucking
throw
with
your
people.
life
Mind
away.
your fucking business.
Yeah.
Mind
press
your
the fuck out of
business.
nigga. Throw your life away.
That
Throw your
fuck
life
around
away.
and find out
Yeah, throw your life
formula
away.
that white
Don't
dude
cry
put
about it
up
on the
on the
internet,
board
though.
is real.
Once you throw your
He
life
said,
away,
over
don't cry about it on the
here
internet.
is where
Nobody
you
give a
stay
fuck about
back.
this
But when
shit.
you come over here, you start
You're missing this though, Jazzy.
This is when you
So,
find out.
The fuck around, find out happens two different ways.
Stop fucking around.
Yes.
And you won't find out.
She's actually
Stop fucking
correct.
around and you won't find out.
I agree with her.
It's like what Bieber said.
Jazzy, I actually agree with you. Now, there is two things. Now, you have a feral little black, and you ended up pushing him, and that chimp said, try me, and see what happens, and that chimp stabbed him. He should have known better. Now, second, where Carmelo fucked around and found out is there is this pesky little law called murder in the state of Texas, and you can get, anywhere from 5 years to life. And guess what? He fucked around and found out. So really, you got two boys who fucked around and found out. So there's no crying over Carmelo. He fucked around and found out.
Damn so did.
I'm not crying over Carmelo. What you said didn't even hurt my feelings. He deserves to be in jail. I think you think I think different. I don't know why, because I'm saying, I don't know why, because I'm saying Austin should have kept his hands to himself, that you keep ignoring me saying that he shouldn't have got stabbed. Like, what the fuck don't you get, bitch? I'm not normalizing bullying people just because
like your family, you
But one thing I know is it's a lot of niggas' dreams to stab their bullies, bro. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? A lot of y'all are bullies, so you don't even know what it feels like to be on the other side. You fucking bullies. You bully people every day on the fucking app. I know you do it in real life. Yo, Big Mom, can I finish? And I'll go on mute. Thank you. So, Pepe, the point I'm trying to make is, if we stop normalizing people fucking with people, they won't have to find out. And then the other nigga that fucks around won't have to find out either. We can have a lot of people staying out of jail, period. And a lot of people keeping their lives, you know? I think that a loss of life over pushing someone is crazy. But pushing someone is also crazy. The fuck are we talking about? I'll slap the fuck out of one of y'all if y'all come up to me and touch me. I will slap the dog shit out of you. That's a fact.
But you touched me first, so I get to stab you in your fucking chest.
Yeah. This is animalistic thinking.
I won't stab you though, but I will slap the fuck, slap you so hard you turn around. That's a fact. I will slap the shit out of y'all. And that's what Carmelo should have did. He should have just slapped Austin.
This will go on in our black. Hold on, let me speak, Jazzy, because you said, like, come on now. Look, this will be going on in the black community. Real shit. I hate you bring this out from these terroristic white people. But let me tell you, niggas have low to no impulse control, for real. Like, niggas have no emotional restraint. Like, what you gonna do if somebody push you? You gonna walk away like a bitch? I most certainly will. I most certainly will. Some of us is actually worth a goddamn damn. A lot of y'all niggas come from shit and ain't worth shit. Ain't never been worth shit. Ain't never gonna be worth shit. So
ain't nothing wrong with a good fist fight, bitch.
Okay. Yeah, but sometimes it doesn't always warrant that. You see how nothing's wrong with a good fist fight, but in our community, niggas is even not knowing how to
put your hands on someone, you better be ready for a repercussion. That's why I don't go around pushing people, bitch. Because I don't want to fight. I don't go around putting my hands on people because I don't want to fucking fight. Dummy, it's simple. You retarded nigga. Why would I push somebody if I didn't want to fight? I don't want to fight.
Like, what the fuck, bro? Niggas gotta listen to your fucking stuffy ass. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Like,
I don't give a fuck because my nose is stuffy, bitch. Fuck you. I said what I said, you stupid black nigga. You were supporting Carmelo Anthony. You the one that don't know what the fuck be going on, bitch. You the one that don't know, oh, I supported him. I felt retarded. You are retarded, bitch. You're retarded as fuck.
Let me tell you, y'all.
Now you over here feeling bad like a black community, bitch. I don't give a fuck what you eat and what you shit out your body. That don't have nothing to do with me because I'm black. You another stupid black nigga that think we all move as a monolith. Dumbass nigga. Who the fuck would support a nigga stabbing somebody? You're dumb. You're dumb and you're mad. Oh, I supported him. Shut the fuck up. You're dumb. You're dumb. I don't give a fuck what you have to say. You're just mad. You're pissed off. You're pissed off because you were wrong. You were wrong.
Anyway, bitch, you can't even stay on mute because the boy's dumb. The boy's stupid, bitch. And if you don't have
You couldn't stay on mute while I was talking. Stupid ass nigga. I had to ask you to fucking shut up so I could finish. And you think I'm gonna give you an easy time, bitch? You're no better than me, nigga. You had no emotional control when I was talking to you. The fuck?
Yeah, like I like to point out, like, I had a couple of times where I had people that were way taller than me. They were like 6'4", 6'5". I think the tallest one was like 6'7". They put their hands on me, and not once did I pull out a knife and stab them. I simply walked away. I was like, I'm not having this. I'm not gonna cause a scene. I'm not gonna get arrested. I'm not gonna screw people. I walked away. I told them, God bless y'all. I told them, God bless y'all. I forgive y'all.
They pushed you?
I'm out of here.
Okay, but here's the thing though, Jazzy, because I talked about this earlier. So I was a different person outside of high school. I went to like 6 high schools. I got kicked out of high school a lot. And yeah, I would get in fights and all of that. I wasn't afraid of fighting. It wasn't that. However, I think I've been in one fight at school. It was a whole different story outside of school. Now, when I was in school, you would get, some of the jocks and stuff. I grew late. I was not a big guy. There would be kids that, they'd be like, oh, watch you, faggot, throw their shoulder into you, that kind of stuff. I mentioned earlier in gym class, like some of them, they would do things like, stuff, and they obviously operate a different way. You didn't see any of the horseplay or roughhousing with them, because it would go in a different direction pretty quickly if you ever tried something like that. But at something like a school track meet, getting shoved there, that is not something that is so outside of the norm to respond by stabbing somebody with a knife. Now, I can get if this is a house party, something like that, where there's no adults, there's nobody there to save you, and where people are likely going to actually jump you. But who's going to jump you at a fucking track meet? And he even said, if you look at the transcripts, he said, "I'm not going to fight you at a track meet."
Yeah, I don't. That was.
He's not going to do it.
That wasn't from the police report. Listen, what I'm trying to tell you.
That was from a witness.
I went to a black school.
Yeah, I was there.
And I did not see people pushing people like randomly and doing what you said, dry humping people. This is what I'm saying about you fucking.
I said boys in the locker.
I'm not done.
Locker room.
This is a cultural difference. We don't do this shit that you're talking about.
He never went to the boys' locker room.
Everybody knew that if you push somebody, you're gonna get your ass beat. That's just what it is. So people did not walk around randomly touching people.
You went to a suburban white high school.
Mexican bitch. Why don't you
went to a suburban white high school? That's what you're not getting. He cannot grow up in the hood. That's fine. Okay, if he grew up in the hood with you, maybe that would be the case.
It's not normal.
It's not normal in ghetto high schools. It's normal in like public high schools in the suburbs.
It's a crime. It's not normal.
It is normal in public suburban high schools. It absolutely is. I can tell you, I went to a few of them.
On someone. It's a crime to throw a hold on someone. It's a crime to spit on someone. It's a fucking arrestable offense. It's not okay. It's okay.
You can stop all you want. But it is normal in a high school setting.
People kill themselves over getting bullied. You stupid bitch.
I get it.
I don't give a fuck.
I get it. But you're asking what is normal versus what is right.
At school, at the bank, at the grocery store. Keep your fucking hands to yourself.
You're asking them to that,
bitch.
Okay, you can make this claim all you want.
Understand,
but it's still normal.
Invading someone's personal space.
It doesn't matter. It does not matter. Shut your ghetto mouth for a second. You initiating it. You with your goddamn mouth black slut. You're the next thing putting in all of your goddamn bullshit. Acting ratchet ghetto in public. What the fuck are you doing?
Bitch. Why don't you beg, nigga? I know I speak clear English, nigga. Keep your fucking hands. Put them on. Keep it to yourself. I know you're Mexican, bitch. Do I need to speak Spanish? Or you get it?
See,
Fuck, nigga. I don't give a fuck. Shut up. I'm not gonna let no aggressive nigga say, see, you're aggressive as fuck, bitch. You chip out every day just like a nigga. Just like the niggas you describe. You are a nigga, bitch. You just not black. Shit, dirty, bottom of the barrel ass cracker, bitch. You're not white. You're a fucking Mexican. You're not white. How many times I got, you're not white. You're a dirty glass cutting fucking podcasting bitch who sits in the house with a fucking headset on, fuck nigga. Fuck you. Don't got no authority over
I'm too lazy to mow lawns like
nigga with a hard Botox face. What are we talking about, bitch? Shut the fuck up.
Fucking saying racial comments and shit. Really?
Somebody kick this goddamn.
Why shut the fuck up? You can never let it go, bitch. Let it go, pussy.
Shut your black mouth.
Go, pussy ass nigga. Let it go, bitch. I told you where you could go, and that's to hell, nigga. Fuck you, bitch.
I don't want to see you there, bitch.
Yeah, shut the fuck up. Stop talking to me, pussy nigga. Find something else to do, bitch.
Well, can we ask the white boys here, how much did you see people?
Yo, shut the
Let's ask the white boys.
It's amazing.
Let's ask the white boys.
kids did not put their hands on each other because they